Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Friday, June the 26th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check first, please? All right, well, first of all, it seems like the market's up 1,000 points. I mean, there's so many incredible movers this morning, yet the market is, there are a lot of course, of the virus plays. But the SPY is actually moving down a little bit. But let's take a look at some of these ones. Now, if you were in the trading room yesterday, you know that a lot of us were all over this VXRT. And even late in the day in the basic new highs and lows, I think it gave an alert. I know I traded this one right at the end. Unfortunately, I did not hold it. My goodness, look what happened, even after hours. And then this morning, just absolutely on a mission, a virus play, of course. But that stock, I think the alert was at 5, and it got up to 6. Sorry, just before the market closed, up to 656. Unbelievable. We had a lot of late, even the IPDN. I didn't take this one, but if you're in the room again, look at the IPDN at the end of the day. It just absolutely soared. It's tailing off now, but my goodness, right at the end of the day, came from this window also. And there was another little one. I think it was was it CTXR or CTXR? Let me take a look at this one. It's a great little window late in the day, guys, from about 2:30 to 3:30. Lots of action in this window. Yeah, look at this one. It had a little run at the end of the day. Look at the pre-market or after hours. Pre-market, it's up. Anyway, let's take a look at some of the other ones. iBio is going to be added, I think it's on June the 29th, to the Russell 2000, 3000. So this is gapping up, I guess, on that news for iBio. I didn't see any specific news for AIM. It is still up 10%. Lots and lots of volume. I couldn't find any specific news about it, but AIM is up. Another one that's like a lot of people I know have talked about this one, NNVC. I mean, look where this came from a couple of days ago. There's a 667. Now we're almost at 10, and that's NNVC, another low float. Most of these are all going to be low floats. And yeah, you guys have been talking about the Gap GPS. I guess I deal with Kanye. Okay, so the Gap is gapped up. And Big, another retailer, has gapped up also. It's a forecast, revenue forecast, not an official earnings release, but revenue forecast. So Big is gapped up. Even Even Bed Bath & Beyond, BBBY, is gapping up a little bit. It was over 10. This is one that, if I can ever gain any traction and hang over 10, it's got lots of, it's got a lot of room. To 17 on that monthly chart. OPTT is just, they did have some news, such as launches hybrid power boy. So that was happening just as it was opening the room, OPTT. Now that's another low float situation, 6 million in the float. Meanwhile, on the downside, LK withdrawing their NASDAQ meeting. They were appealing. I guess they were going to appeal to NASDAQ. And I just read they've announced the withdrawal of its appeal. So look at this. MDCA, a huge move up. This is on a potential, I think they're weighing, look at this, up 146%. I think they're weighing an offer to merge with a company. I think it's a private company called Stagwell. T-Bio is down on a financing. The financing is 12.5 million shares at $22. So actually, it's quite a bit underneath the financing price. Nice to see this one is continuing. Exo is continuing from its news yesterday. Robotic play. And Rewalk was, as a sympathy play, had been moving up. It's kind of giving up. There's no specific news for it. Meanwhile, LK continues down. ZGNX. ZGNX. ZGNX is up on FDA approval for their drug. Look at this gap up. It's getting maybe into a resistance area. If it pops through that, look at the room this one has. Big, not a virus play. SGNX, another small one. SGNX, gapping up on, you know, I think I always get this one wrong. It's SNGX. Yeah, okay, so I posted that incorrectly, guys. It's SNGX. SNGX is gapped up. It is not a virus play. And some resistance right around this level here. You know, if it pops through this, if it can get through this 230 area, it's got some room to 3. ALT. ALT. ALT is up. Look at this move after hours for ALT. CBLI was up. I think it pulled right back down though. Cleveland Biolabs, it was, well, maybe. It was up to 2, so it pulled all the way back down to 177. Looks like it's trying to challenge 2 again. It's another low float situation. Most of these are all going to be under 20 million shares in the float. Lots of resistance probably right around 2. I mean, if it can somehow find its way to pop through 2, then it's got some room up to that 370 level. At CTXR, man, I was just talking about it. CTXR, look at this. Look at this move here for look at the volume that's coming into CTXR. Well, the lower the float is the supply of stock. Okay, how many shares are able to be traded every day? So if that's supply, if that's a low number and there's high demand, it's like any other commodity on earth. You know, if there's not very much supply, but there's a high demand, what happens to the price? So it's just like any other commodity. So the lower that number is, and you know, I consider anything under 20 million a low float, but a lot of these are very, very low float. You know, 5 million, 2 million, 1 million. And if you get high demand for whatever reason, you know, news release, earnings release, for whatever reason, traders want to pile into it. It just fuels all the buying. Not many shares available to buy, so it just keeps getting bid up and up and up. That's why a Facebook, as an example, you'll never see a 100% move or a 30% move. Well, I shouldn't say never, but you know, you've got 2.4 billion in the float. So unless Facebook has some extraordinary news, you know, you're not going to get big percentage moves. Just using Facebook as an example. Intraday moves. Facebook over time obviously has had a nice, obviously from a weekly point of view, but if we're talking intraday moves, you're rarely going to get like huge percentage moves from stocks with, you know, like these big 2 billion plus floats. I see SINT did a financing. This one was interesting late in the day also, after hours, but they've just announced a financing. And the financing is at $1.72 a share, so it's a little bit above the financing price. Didn't raise very much, $4.1 million, so not very much really. I didn't see Neighbors NBR. So as you can see, I tend to, I don't want to call it specialize, but just kind of concentrate on stocks under $20. Real certainly is will look at anything. Anything that can make money. I just like to look at the ones under 20 just because I feel that they can give us the biggest potential percentage increases. I just had an email wondering why I only look at stocks under 20. In case you're wondering why I'm saying that. All right, 9:15. Let me take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades there are this morning from briefing.com. And the analysts are obviously asleep, hardly any. I don't believe it. IZEA has actually got an upgrade. Had a little activity yesterday for IZEA. eBay. The real was talking about eBay, Deutsche Bank with an upgrade of eBay. I'll get the downgrades in now. A few more downgrades. I know who's downgrading. Stifel. That one is still, of course, just absolutely still ripping. At least it was. Okay. Yeah, well, the watch list changes every day. You can't do a back test on it, Ali. The watch list, the symbols change every day. You can't do a back test on it. Okay, let's see. What time is it now? Almost 9:18. What? It's actually going down. You're right. It's actually going down. I know it's going down. Amazing. We thought only stocks. I mean, look at this run though. In 4 days ago, this was a $15 stock. So basically a double. Of course, a big virus play. I'll say this about Big. Big is basing nicely. It's not very erratic right now. Spread is actually not terrible right now for a pre-market 10 cents for a relatively expensive stock. So basically, yeah, they've nice revenue forecast. Did I see or read somewhere, or is this old news that WKHS is going to be added to the Russell? Is that old news? I know IBIO was added to the 2 and 3,000. That's effective, I think it said June 29th, so I think that was that Monday. Yeah, so that's effective on Monday. Okay, one moment, please. All right. Now, again, if you want to follow my watch list, nothing will happen until, in these two windows, until at least 9:45. I have a delay on anything triggering in this watch list until, in these two windows, till at least 9:45. We'll probably get some in this one at 9:30 or soon after. You want to follow my watch lists, just click on New from the toolbar, New Channel Bar, and Barry's watch list. Okay, remember, everything in a channel bar is a layout. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. So make sure you save your layout to the cloud before you load anything, including my watch list. And I typically do not trade until 2:30 in the afternoon. Haha. Why? I think I could literally wait till 2:30 every day now and just wait for this to populate. But in all seriousness, I usually don't trade in the first 15 minutes anyway. Try to let things settle down a little bit. Because what's happening is, all the high flyers early on in the day, a lot of times they just take a rest midday, and then traders pile into them towards the end of the day. And this window will show those. The basic new highs, no repeat. And this has been pretty consistent now over the last several weeks, so I don't think this is a one-hit wonder. Nope. Nothing new volume. No, everything is still the same in all the scans that I'm sharing. I don't need anything new, to be honest, Rob. I mean, this is this and my watch list and the odd AI like VXRT yesterday. It's all I need. CLSK is starting to Clean Spark is starting to show up here. Clean Spark, CLSK, another low float. I mean, guys, you're going to hear this is repetitive, but look at this, 8 million in the float. Why do these things have 13% moves, 20% moves? Some of them are 100% moves. It's because of that low float. Not that many shares available to trade. And then for whatever reason, let me see if I don't even see, don't see any specific news for Clean Spark. I mean, I'll probably have to dig a little more deeply, but for whatever reason, we'll want this. I mean, look at the volume, decent volume right at the beginning. I know is not halted. I doubt it, the East Bay. The mobile app, no. I mean, we have the web-based version, so I mean, I know it's maybe not exactly the same, but I doubt it. Well, this is based, I mean, volume is in here too. Volume is in here also because the relative volume minimum is 3, so we know there's volume moves in here. But I mean, I've got the Momo up and Momo down. Those are two scans that you can have. I mean, it's part of the scans that I'm sharing. I used to have those two here, but I'm just finding these are better. Well, sometimes there's no float information. Doesn't mean the float is zero. It means for whatever reason our I don't know if you're kidding or not. I mean, there has to remember the float is just the shares outstanding, and then but for these little ones, okay, typically like a Facebook, you take the total number of shares outstanding, and then you start subtracting all of the insiders, you know, the C-suite people, okay, and big funds. You subtract all those shares because those are typically shares that cannot be traded on a daily basis. That is what gets you the float. Now on these little ones, very few. I mean, you have to subtract the insiders. Very, very few, if any, big funds will own these. Oh, I'm sorry. INOV. I'm sorry, Doc. I thought you said ION. I read INO. I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't see the halt here, but it is. It's obviously not trading, and I don't see. CLSK continues a little bit here. All right, guys, just a minute, please. Look at the volume coming into this CleanSpark CLSK. Again, I don't see any. I'm sure obviously there's some news. I'm just not showing up on our news tab. I don't see it in IB's news either. I mean, they had news, you know, on the 23rd, but Eros. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say about it. I mean, there's no action, a little bit of volume, not really doing anything. There's a merger with Seagate? Really? Seagate is merging with Eros. You sure? Maybe they've got a business deal or something, but I don't know anything about it. Sorry. So there's a 200-day moving average for GPS. So it's it's getting a little bit close. 14. Still on a percentage basis, it's quite a bit away. So that still has room. Nice move there on the volume. Gotta love these volume moves, guys. You know, when you watch, you see a big volume bar, and you see some volume, and all of a sudden you see a big one, and the price increases. That's what we want to see. If you see a price increase and no big volume bar, you know, if it's just normal volume or even decreasing volume, you've got to be a little wary of it. Thoughts on it? Only that did it touch 20? Yeah, just about touch 20. I mean, it's you know, this is another SPAC. I mean, it's the merger. I don't know. When does it start trading? That H whatever the symbol is, HYND or whatever. When is that supposed to start trading like that? Oh, the market's open, guys. You okay? Well, let's have a great end to this trading day or this trading week. I forgot to exit out of the. Caught me by surprise. Yeah. Okay, yeah, VXRT. Look at the volume that just came into it. Remember, this traded what, over 100 million shares yesterday. I don't know what it was. Look at VXRT, just rippage now. Look at the volume that came in. I mean, now this is not a super low float. I mean, 46 million is not excessive, but for the moves like this with a 46 million float is quite astonishing. I mean, people are just buying into this. I mean, there was the alert 1225. And remember, this was an AI alert yesterday. That was he held it 375. It was an AI alert yesterday. All right, so LK just got halted on the way up. Again, they've withdrawn their, I don't know if the correct term is their appeal, but a hearing, a meeting with NASDAQ, they've withdrawn it. They were going to try to, they're going to basically not going ahead with it, and that caused this big gap down. Boy, this is just a sneaky one, guys. I mean, look at EXPI. It's been on my watch list for, I think, probably 5 days now. 4 days now, anyway. Look at the two bottoming tails. The previous 2 days, sellers tried to knock it down, but the buyers closed it here. And look like the seller or the buyers are still in control now. And that's it. EXPI. The volume is just starting to pick up. Okay, EKSO a little bit weak right now. Big volume. And now there's a low float. Look, I mean, so it's already traded its float. So look at this, it's traded 4.6 million. The float is 4.2 million. So it's already turned the float over one time and on the way to probably multiples. Obviously it turned, I mean, you look at yesterday, it turned the float over maybe 25 times. I mean, it was well over 100 million shares yesterday with a 4 million float. Yeah, that's the thing you've got to be wary of, an offering, a financing. All right, fetch guys, FTCH. This is still on the move. Look at the move it had yesterday. Still on the move here. The high looking left on the monthly chart is around 20, so this still has some room for FTCH. Market the market's a big gap down now, pretty big gap down now. But these ones don't care. So if you want to know what the definition of alpha stocks are, this. This doesn't care what the market's doing, within reason. I mean, if the market was down 2,000 points, okay, but within reason, the market just doesn't care and it just got halted. Or, sorry, this stock doesn't care. And one of the things that Trade Ideas is extremely good at, depending on the types of scans you have set up, is finding those alpha stocks. Halted, and let's see now. So it got halted at 1361. So let's see how it's stacking up right now. Again, this is from Interactive Brokers. You know, I have to keep saying this because I get the emails. Where is that blue screen? I want that blue screen you have. This is from Interactive Brokers. Your broker will have something very similar. Time and sales. Okay, so this is when I say this is what it's stacking up at right now. So there's the halt at 1361. So you can see this is what it's stacking up right now. Doesn't mean it's going to be that price exactly when it opens, but better to see that than say 11 if you're in this now. So Ali, I'm going to suggest you actually come into the other trading room in which I can easily share things, okay? And this is what I'm talking about. It's just more robust, and I can easily share links. And there's more action among traders, okay? Book viewer, I have no idea. It's just time and sales. You know, it's just if you have Interactive Broker, it's just literally time and sales. Yeah. So if you go to File and then New Window and go to Time and Sales, that's it. Very simple. There, see how easy that was to get into the room. I don't know why some of you have a real tough time getting into the trading room. Hello, Ali. Okay, so I can give you, so all the scans that I'm sharing are here. You can click on the Scans tab, or if you click on the Room Drive icon, scans that I share, one of them being the basic new highs and lows, okay, and the basic new highs and lows no repeat. All the scans are there. All right, guys, here's another little one, VBIV. Look at actually, it's a huge float. This is interesting. This is a huge float, 163 million in the float, and yet this is GPS on the move here with that news getting closer, a little bit closer now to that 200-day moving average, 1392. If William, I'll bet if this keeps moving higher and higher and gets closer, this will be probably a short for William. So yes, you know, the fact I don't take trades in the first 15 minutes, I do miss out on the early morning runners. And let's see. So LK got halted now on the way down. So if you're unfamiliar with the halts or zooms, again, this is another window that I'm sharing or scan that I'm sharing, but typically on volatility, it will be halted for 5 minutes. And just a matter of the stock going up too fast in a short period of time, or too fast. And so it's an automatic halt. Computer basically halts it, and usually they're 5-minute halts. So if this is a 5-minute halt, this will open at 9:39 plus 50 seconds. So just almost 9:40. EXO just got halted on the way up. Okay, it got halted on the way up. EXO on the way up. Again, you know, I got to cheer for a company like this. If you read the news yesterday, only one room plus one crew. This is it. Okay, just opened. VXRT just opened. It was the 5-minute halt. Wouldn't surprise me if it gets halted again. Yeah, it's got to whoosh through 14. Very fast moving. So here's that time in sales. You see how rapidly it's trading. Somebody asked me yesterday how I use it. Well, I mean, obviously I'm looking for the bid and the ask, but you can just see how rapidly this stock is trading. You don't want to get into a situation where you buy something and then there's not another trade for 2 minutes. Now, rarely are we are we looking at situations like that, because most of the time, we're looking at the alpha stocks, the ones that have got abnormal volume and all. So rarely does all of a sudden trading just dry up. Next on the hit parade, DVAX. Now this is, I don't know if it's a virus play or not, probably a virus play, though I'm not 100% sure. Look at the volume that came in. Not a low float though, 76 million in the float. Excuse me. All right, so hopefully nobody chased this. I mean, look at this. I mean, 1435 and dropped all the way down to 1221 for the VXRT and dropping. This could actually, a little more of a drop, this could get halted on the way down. Wow, look at the drop for WKHS. All the way up 946, almost a dollar drop. Just doing some housekeeping here, okay? Okay, this one was halted, and now this is on the move here. TSRI, not very much volume yet. TSRI. This was halted, and it just opened. Another, now you talk about a low float, 1.9 million in the float. This one, look out guys, this one could really be a ripper here. The next high looking left on the monthly chart is around 9. Again, when I say that, I'm not suggesting it's going to get there. I'm just saying look at the charts and see where there could be some resistance areas. Look at the weekly charts, the same thing. All the way up to 9. Okay, LK resumed. TSRI's got a horrible spread though. Horrible, and it's hard to trade. I mean, 621, 649, it's very hard to trade something like that. But at the end of the day, if it's $10, I'll look back at the 20-cent spread and go, who cares? But, it's just difficult to commit. 615, 640 now. And that can be very typical of a stock with a low float that doesn't trade very much. I mean, this does not trade very much. Look at yesterday, it was less than probably about 75,000 shares, but it's having a day today. I mean, look at the volume picking up. This is not shortable for me, VXRT. Not that I'm looking to short it necessarily, but it is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. No, look at Fetch. This is why I don't like to chase these in the first 15. Okay, so 945. Look at Fetch though. Look at the drop it had. High of 1854 and to 1788. Which you can't buy VRTX on E-Trade? Really? How's that possible? All right, GPS getting closer and closer to that 200-day moving average, guys. This could turn into an interesting short the closer it gets. You mean TSRI? I'm just watching this volume as it's picking up. The spread actually sort of tightened up. LK got halted again on the way down. This just became unshortable for me at Interactive Brokers. They must have been snapping up the shares. It was shortable about half a second ago. And big actually is basing nicely. So they got FDA approval. Yeah, they had FDA approval, and now it's gone negative? Wow. FDA approval. So this might be a drug that is, I don't know, hard to monetize. I don't know. But they did get FDA approval for their drug, unless they've announced the financing too. But this was up, this was up a lot. That's a big drop. You're right, Real. That's a huge drop. I see that that Adam Feuerstein or Steen, he probably dumped all over it. You guys familiar with him? He probably dumped all over it. Okay, so the market is weakening somewhat. Well, I actually tried to get the GPS. I was going to take it right there, 1342, but I didn't get it. This was going to be a scalp for me because this 200-day moving average is looming right there at 1390. I was just going to try to get a quick scalp on this. I just didn't get it. Moved too quickly. Okay, I'm going to keep an eye on this DVAX. The alert was at 933 in the basic new highs. This has room, if you look at the monthly chart, does have a little bit of room up to, well, quite a bit of room to 11. I'm not saying it's going to get there. I'm going to stick the alert again at 933. It's not a super low float. Okay, so this one was a big mover also. I think it was from the basic new highs at the end of the day. EVFM, look at that move at the end of the day. Move after hours. Now it's giving it up and actually gone negative. EVFM. Underneath 3, interesting. But there's probably support right around 2. I was going to say an interesting short possibility, but there's probably support only about 20 cents away. Yeah, we discussed that. Discussed it. Real and I talked about that a while ago. The importance of the 200 weekly. We haven't seen it. You would think it might be, but we just haven't seen that that's a big deal. Yeah, Albertsons, that's ACI, right? Albertsons is now it's under the original IPO price, I believe. That's what I read for Albertsons ACI. It'll probably start trading maybe around 10:30 or so. My thoughts on banks? I really don't think like that, Angela. I mean, you know, it's hard to know. The only sector I'm. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, I'm just shoot. I couldn't get it. Wow, it's right at the. It's getting closer and closer, guys, to that 200-day moving average. Yeah, I don't tend to take a macro view on the market. You know where different sectors are going. Well, guys, gone it. I was about 3 cents short of getting it at 13.42. Retail is strong. I mean, retail. I mean, the market's down, but believe it or not, whoops, XRT is a one sector that is actually up, probably being helped by Big and the Gap. Yeah, he must have come up with a real, well, darning article about ZGNX, and that's that Adam Feuerstein, not sure how to pronounce it, because it had the huge pop FDA approval. But again, just because you get FDA approval, this may be a drug with minimum exposure to the market, might be very hard to monetize. Well, let's see, guys. There it is, the moment of truth, right there. That 200-day moving average, 1392. Ah, yes, yes. I saw that, Dave. Just out of the price range I like, but you're absolutely right. All right, guys, keep an eye on the RPAI for sure. I mean, the high yesterday, it was almost there. That's why it triggered at 721. Definitely keep an eye on this one. Lots of volume. It's not a low float. They don't all have to be low floats. All right, guys. The first stumble right now. Well, I don't know if it's a stumble for GPS, but that 200-day moving average, it might be tough to get through. I'm definitely interested in this RPAI, guys. RPAI. But I'm just going to bide my time. If it doesn't take out that high right there again, I'm just going to wait on it, see if it does it. Might take it out later on. Okay, now T-Bio is way under the financing now. Way under. Financing 12.5 million shares at $22. So this is way under. A couple of dollars underneath that financing price. All right, there's the EXPI. Of course, it's way above. Now, the reason it's just triggering now, I have a minimum volume here. It has to be at least 150,000 shares, I believe. Okay, guys, well, it looks like GPS doesn't care right now about that too. Well, it's hard to say. I mean, if it pops through 14, look out because it's got a ton of room. Still. But you can see it's just struggling to get through that 200-day moving average. Well, yeah, we know why it's up, but okay, I'm waiting on this RPAI to see if it can take out that high again. And it would be nice to have some volume. This is fascinating. I mean, it's right at that 200-day. It's like literally right on it. GPS. And it looks like it's going to take it out. No, momentarily it took it out. I'm just watching it now. I'm just watching it. You know, if we get a bid of 14.10, I'll probably take it and just put a 14 stop on it, 10-cent stop, and see if I can ride it a little bit. And that's the GPS. All right. Let's see. I'm going to try to ride it a bit here. Okay. And I just took some out at 14.25. So 14.10 to 14.25. I'm just trying to play this run over 14 for GPS. Obviously, just kind of a bit of a scalp play for me. Okay, well, this is definitely leaving that 200-day now. All right, things are triggering, guys. Okay, guys, RPAI. I'm looking like, let's see, just want to see, want to make sure, well, there's no make sure, but I just want to see how well it trades just over 20, 720. This is not a low float situation. All right, guys, I'm in at 722 for the RPAI. Let's see if as long as it holds a very tight stop on it. You got to, if you're going to trade it, though, don't wait for me to tell you, number one, to take it or when to get out. Yeah, so it was a good, well, it was not a bad trade. I mean, now let's see if this holds over 14, or if it now finally does give up that 200-day, and then William will be all over it. Boy, LK being halted, resumed. Okay, guys, I'm just watching the RPAI. Basically, it's just a penny, a couple pennies below where I bought it. Just want to see how well it trades here. Read the news, Alex. Deal with Kanye. It's all in the news. I guarantee if you do a Google search or use our news, you're going to see the news. Okay, guys, I'm just watching the RPAI. I don't want to see it get too much lower than it is right now. All right, guys, I took myself out of that trade at 17, so I took a 5-cent loss. I'm going to take a look at it again. See if it breaks over this area again, okay? Okay, guys, look at GPS right now, right at that 200-day moving average again. You can't print the charts within TI. No, there's no print function. I mean, all I do if I really want to see a chart is I just do a I use there's a bunch of tools you can use that are free just to highlight the chart and print it. But there's no print function within Trade Ideas. Well, down goes EKSO. Well, guys, I have been playing around with the iNoise. Those of you with our premium service, you know that I know was an alert. And again, I don't talk about it until after the fact, but I mean, there's the alert. Not fair to the premium subscribers if I display the AI, but this has turned out to, I mean, I've been playing around with the iKnow, guys. Remember, this was up to, what, $35 pre-market. Now we got some nice rippage off that. 27.60, there's a dollar right there. I'm going to go over the AI a little bit later. No, you did you? Okay. Well, if you want to make a guarantee, okay. Did he also do iKnow? I know Citron has been all over it. Okay, guys, there's GPS now. Looks like it's now finally. I mean, it did pop over that 200-day moving average, but it looks like it's going to stumble again at that 200-day. Okay, guys, if you look at the RPAI, okay, so here's a hint about how I trade. Don't get stubborn. I was wrong. I was flat out wrong. It didn't do what I wanted to do. Got out for a nickel loss. Didn't get stubborn saying, it's going to come back. So that nickel loss is, obviously, it all depends on your account size. Doesn't matter how the actual dollar amount that I lost, but it's the fact that I got out when I wanted to get out and didn't get stubborn and turned that nickel loss into now maybe a 20-cent loss. Okay, Alex, you're getting a little too promotional, okay, about the iKnow. Sorry. Just a little too promotional. I mean, nobody knows. I mean, big news on Monday, yes. But there's too many new traders maybe in the room, and they might look at that statement and go, wow, this guy must know something, okay? Just as a general, okay, just as a general rule, okay, because we don't know. I mean, yeah, I know they've got news, but whether it's enough that's going to pop the stock or, I mean, look at this. I mean, as an example, look at ZGNX. FDA approval, right? FDA approval. Stock pops. Now look at it, down 6%. Big news. Now, if you could capture that at the beginning, but if you thought you were going to ride this, I mean, look what's happened. So anyway, just in general. Okay, VXRT on the way down here. Okay, GPS is slip sliding away a little. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, ZXRT. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I kind of thought, CP, that, yeah, they get FDA approval for a drug, but what's the market value? You know, I mean, as you say, 96,000 a year, not a cheap drug. What is the overall market for a drug like that also? No, we know. I know. Zed, I mean, it's, hey, listen, old habits, guys. Well, it's not a habit, it's the way we pronounce it. Okay, so I'm watching this market, guys. So all these watch lists up, even though in theory a lot of them are, you know, kind of trade on their own. But look at what the market's doing right now. So definitely be careful on your longs. Wow, I mean, look at the INO. I mean, I definitely be careful on your long. That's a big, big red candle. That was a momentary pause here, almost a green bar ignored. And there down goes the GPS guy. So, I mean, gave a nice little scalp over the 200 day, but you know, look at it moving down now. All right, you know, I'm going to show you this one. And this is why, you know, people who are bound and determined to auto trade the AI, I just think it's, look at the, I know, there's the alert, 2760. Look where the AI got out, 2777, okay? So yeah, 17-cent profit, but at one point this was up to 28.91. Okay, so over about $1.30 above. So I mean, to me, you have to, you know, you have to look at that, and you just can't allow it to slide down all the way, basically to where the AI, the original alert was. But if you're auto trading it, I mean, that's what would have happened. So I think that it's man and machine. Let the machine, the AI, give you the alerts, and then you manage the trades. Look at GPS now, guys. The last test drive, Brad, was in May. Next one, if there, well, I'm sure there will be one, but the next one, if it follows suit, will be sometime in August. No guarantee. Oh yeah, it's all intraday. Yes, always, always intraday. Yeah, I mean these are new highs for the day. You know, that's the only way these get triggered. But I say right now, I mean, I wouldn't be looking to go long anything right now with the market doing what it's doing. I'd be definitely holding off. Does DC mean discount? It was 25%. Is that what you mean by DC? Yeah, it was 25%. All right. Well, there is okay. What Real looks at, I mean, obviously wants to see if it's going to bounce off the VWAP at some point, which it kind of did. We have it at 1349, so it did dip below at 1335, but it kind of held, and it's a 3-bar pullback. I think if it's a 3-bar pullback, what Real might say is the high of that candle right there might get it rolling again, which is 1392-ish. Now, Real, the VWAP should be pretty close, because this is not using, we haven't usually had a discrepancy in the VWAP. We have the VWAP, we usually, the EMAs and SMAs, yes, but we have not usually had a discrepancy with the VWAP numbers. Now, it's 11 cents difference, but well, there hasn't been a discrepancy that I've seen with the VWAP. What do you guys have for in other platforms? We have the VWAP, for instance, for INO at 2802 as an example. Really? Wow, we've got some discrepancies then. 2802. I don't know why. We haven't had discrepancies like that before. Well, that's close. All right, this one is starting to move down now, and it's actually shortable, SHLL. Just be careful on your longs, guys. I mean, this market is now this is now another big red candle forming. So definitely be careful on your longs. Well, now we have the 200-day at 301.66, so we're getting very close. That's the area of the 200-day. So let's see if this holds. You can see that line right there. There's the 200-day. You can see yesterday it dipped just below it and then recovered. Remember, it had the big rally at the end of the day yesterday. We actually went positive. Here's another one of those SPACs, FMCI, along with SHLL, moving down. Brainstorm Cell Therapeutics, BCLI. Look at this move here. Tremendous day yesterday, follow-up day today. Not a super low float, but 23 million in the float. Look at this move here. And what's the spread like? Not bad, 5 cents. Yeah, go ahead, Mick. No, this one is definitely trading on its own right now. It is not caring what the market is doing. No. No, why? Why would I be nervous? That's a very strange question. Oh, I see. No, not at all. No, no. There, I'm on the top floor, so not at all. And if I go near, it's mask on. Okay, I'm watching this BCLI, guys. It did pull back. I'm going to stick an alert around 1328 and see if it regains that. Where was the trigger? 1328. I want to see if it regains that. I got a little leery about going long anything right now. Even the ones that are those alpha stocks that in theory are kind of trading on their own, because this market is really taking a header here. Now here's another one. I haven't seen this one for a long time. Aikido. I took Aikido for a while. Or is it Alkido? No, it's Alkido. Okay, I thought it was Aikido. Anyway, Al-Qaeda. Look at this one. Just over. Look at the volume that's come in. There's a super low float. Look at the room this one's got. I'm going to definitely watch this one. Look at the volume that's come in. I don't see any news on this one. So I'm not, I want to see this one really clear one, but look at the room it's got. I'm going to stick an alert around 106, see if it clears that one a little bit better. You know why that, guys, BCLI just ran. I was just set to take that at 1329. Well, hopefully some of you were watching it, and I was just all set to take it at 1329, and it just ran from me. Yeah, I don't know about that bottoming tail. It's possible. Well, again, I'm just going to stick my alert up here, and if it happens, it happens. Wow, BCLI just ripping here now, guys. So the way I use this now is this is the first time it was alerted. You're only going to see it one time in this window. If this stock kept making new high after, like BCLI, so you see there was the first alert at 1328. Okay, you only see it one time in this window, so you can kind of go back and say, okay, at 1021 there was a there was the alert at 1328. What did it do from there? And as I'm exasperated that I didn't get it at 1328, when it pulled back, and then I said, okay, I want to see if it takes up that high. I got the alert. I was just all set to take my trade, and it just ran. So, but the same thing with the VBIV as an example. Maybe later on in the day, it's pulled back. Maybe later on in the day, though, there's the 339. Maybe later on in the day, it might start to move again. Obviously, the GPS at 1303 was awesome. It got up to 1450. This one, 1225, what did it get to? Well, I mean, it got to 14. You had to be very, very, very careful on it, but it did get up to 14 from that alert. Now these ones are not so, I mean, you can see right off the bat that these ones have way more volume usually. Okay, this is on the watch list. The volume is not necessarily intense for these ones. And so they probably need more of market help. Certainly not market hurting. Yeah, no, I did see that. I actually did see it. Well, no, but that is I'm sorry, I did see that, but that's from the 28th. That's May 28th. That's a month ago that I can see that. And here's on the 2nd. So no, I mean, remember now we're June 26th. I don't see any and I'm looking at even my IB, which I also take a look at. There's my IB headlines. Well, maybe it's a rehashing. Okay, guys, look at the volume that just came into CBLI. Now, the only issue I've got with it, and it's a pretty big issue. Look at the weekly chart. Look at the daily chart. It looks like there could be some resistance not that far away. It's too bad. I wish this weren't here. Imagine if this weren't here on that weekly and it was just, and then popping from lows without this here. Then you'd be looking left and saying, wow, they could start to fill that void. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. There's no magic about the 60. The only reason I did it, the only reason I did it was because I wanted to. Okay, there's the AIKI up again. Is at the beginning of the day, I thought, I want to see something that is really moving and not whipping up and down. I thought the 30 was too low. 49 might be the magic. Who knows? I mean, this is a work in progress. What I'm also going to do later on in the day is when I do clear this, I'm going to put this one underneath it so we can see it. Well, guys, I mean, CBLI, it's right in this area that is causing me a little concern. I mean, it might pop right through it, but Wow, 10:30 already. What a morning again. I know I say it every day, but it's true. I mean, there's just so much activity. All right, everybody. First of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday, from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I'm live on the mic and I share my screen. If you are a Trade Ideas subscriber, I'm sharing a lot of scans. You can click on the Scans tab within the room and hear all the scans I'm sharing, or you can click on this Room Drive icon. Looks like a half-open folder, scans that I share, download. All the links will go to a Word document. You can take a look at all the links, and if you see something that you like, hopefully they're named in a way that makes sense, then you can just copy the link, and then File, Load from Cloud. Don't think the link appears, but you just paste it in. If it does appear, then you don't have to do anything. In fact, you know what I'm going to do? No, I'm not going to do it right now. But anyway, just if the link does not appear here already, then just paste the link in and then load it. Then you can take a look at it. And of course, just like the Dreamer did, he took my basic new highs and lows. My count was 60 new highs. He reduced it to 49. So, I mean, this is like, just consider everything that I do like a template. And if you want to, for instance, I've got a price range between 1 and 20. That may not be the price range you want to trade. Maybe you want to trade between 20 and 60. Absolutely, you can make changes. Customize it the way you want to see the alerts. Well, you have to download it. Yeah, okay, but when you download it, it'll go to a Word document, okay? It goes to a Word document, and here are all the links. This is what I was saying. If you copy the link now, I'm going to Control copy it, and then File, Load from Cloud, and then okay, so it actually, I want to make sure of that, just a second. No, not here, it loaded it. You mean here, the Scans tab? They're all here? I don't understand what you mean, the primary folder. This is the Scans tab within the trading room, and here they are. So, if you don't want to download it to a Word document, you can just pick them off right here. I don't know why you can't see the Scans tab. You're in off topic. I mean, here are all the scans. I'm not sure why you can't. On that, I don't know how I can help you. Yeah, nice comeback. I'm rooting for this company. Excuse me. All right, I want to talk about a subscription to Trade Ideas. There's a subscriptions tab within the trading room. Excuse me. I will put the link so in the room. Oh, good to hear, Paul. Okay, so there are the links for the, if you want to take out a subscription, I'm going to click on the link, and I'm going to show you how much Trade Ideas costs. Of course, you go back, there is a promo code you can use, Barry4Alpha, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. This is the TI pricing. Basically, we have 4 plans. We have the premium yearly at $22.68 a year minus the 15%, or the standard $10.68 a year minus the 15%. If you're getting premium, it's because you want the AI, okay? Nothing really shaking. Well, I shouldn't say that. I mean, I'm going to go over this re-entry, 27.38. No, not bad. But, you know, yesterday it gave you the VXRT, which was a huge win. But if you're going to get our premium service, it's because you want the AI, which I'm going to go over a little bit later. You don't, of course, have to start off with a yearly plan or even the premium. You can always try us out for a month, standard monthly, 118 a month, less the 15%, or the premium, 228 less the 15%. That discount's only good for the first month, but if you decide you want to upgrade from standard to premium or from monthly to annual, you do it within 30 days, we will honor that 15% promo code. Now I'm going to go over the links. That's okay, Nate. That's okay. I understand sometimes we've had the question before. I haven't had that for a while. People not being able to find my links, or the links in the or the tabs within the trading room, but that's okay. So now I'm going to go over the links. You know, within the trading room, right here. There are the links, and of course, again, if you want to download the links, they're all here. Links have all of the training and my daily video, all those things. There's 20 short video lessons. I'm going to go over a lot of this right now. I've already gone over the subscription. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Brokerage Plus. This is the Brokerage Plus window. If you have an Interactive Brokers account and you want to use this Brokerage Plus window to trade your Interactive Brokers account, I'm going to give you a great video link. Okay, there's a great video link for Brokerage Plus. And it'll show you exactly how you can use this window and connect it to your Interactive Brokers account. It's the only brokerage platform it works with, okay? And I'm going to go over this later because what I've done is I've connected to the Paper Trader, the simulator, because that is big feature of Trade Ideas, to be able to paper trade using real-time data. Okay, a download. Click on that link and you'll get to the latest download. Okay, you'll know you don't have the similar tab as an example in the single stock window. You know you don't have the latest download. 20 short video lessons, terrific link. If you're new to Trade Ideas, or even if you don't have the program, you can see what we can do and how fairly well. I think it's simple enough to, you know, do some of the standard features: creating a top list, creating an alert window, multi-strategy windows. Very short, quick, to the point videos. It does say 20 lessons in 20 days, but of course you can go at your own pace. You could probably do them all in one day if you wanted. Great link though. I'm gonna put that link in the room. And then this link here is the other we'll call it the main training link. When you click on that link, you'll also see right there the 20 lessons in 20 days. We also have, TI University. There's a little plus sign. You'll see a lot of videos there. Back to basics. Click on that plus sign. You'll see a lot. Also, we have the webinars. They're all free. Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them. And they're all free. And they're all archived. So that is the main training link. We have some ebooks that you can that we created from within Trade Ideas. There's a link for the ebooks. And the next test drive sign up. Now I don't have no idea when the next test drive is going to be, but if you do fill this in, will be notified when it's going to be. It could be sometime in August, and it'll show you how you can sign up for it. And the past test drives is cost $8.99 for up to 10 trading days. And what that gets you is our full premium service to really try us out. We do not have free trials, but that's about as close as you're going to get. So if you fill this out, you'll be notified exactly when it's going to start and how to sign up for it. Now I'm going to go over Yes, at noon in this room, Christine, yes. All right, I see the CBLI. That's what I was a little worried about, this area here. So it did fall off it a little bit. Now I want to talk about the AI. So we have what we call 50 baseline strategies, and they get optimized once the market closes every day. The AI gets to work to optimizing all those strategies. The optimization procedure basically takes, just looking at this AIKI, the optimization procedure basically takes a look at all the filters that are in place. The AI strategies have way more filters and basically looks at the values within the filters, maybe makes a change, maybe takes a filter out, adds one in, runs through our back tester. And obviously, to do 50, I mean, impossible for you and I as human beings. We need a computer to do it. Even to do one, it's a tedious process because what the object is to run through the optimizer, or once the optimization routine is finished, is to see what strategies can make the cut. Making the cut typically meaning a win percentage of at least 60 and a profit factor of at least 2. Okay? These are the strategies that made the cut today, not very many. On Monday, we don't know which strategy, like there were a lot more strategies that made the cut yesterday. We don't know which ones are going to make the cut because again, it'll look at today's data and run through the backtesting and the optimization procedure. All you have to do, if you have our premium service, is from the toolbar, click on New, and AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. That's the window you want. When you have that window open, you'll have all of the AI alerts all in one window, okay? And you can also take this window and incorporate it as part of your layout. So you don't have to open it every day, just incorporate it as part of your layout. So that's basic. And then, when you get the alerts, it's up to you to manage them as you see fit. So, for instance, I'm looking at this. So they had the alert at 1377 for GPS. You can see right there is the blue arrow. Now it got up to 14 before it came back down. And so the AI actually took a loss on this, got down to 1340. I personally would never have let that happen. That's why I'm saying I think it's better, like the machine tell you, and then you as the person manage the exits. I want to talk a little bit. I don't mind talking about this now after the fact, but there was a re-entry price for the INO. It got out of the trade, but there's the re-entry price because you can see, where's the stop? It actually hit the stop. Now it took the trade out before it hit the stop, but if at any time during the day the stop price gets hit, and then it comes back to this re-entry price, which was 27.38, now we do get an audible alert on it if you have the audible alerts. So you could have taken that trade again at 27.38, and here you are at 28.41 as an example. That's another way to use the AI. I would have these reentry columns and times. The reentry price is automatically calculated, and it's interesting that all three of them triggered. So all three of them actually hit the stop at one point today and then came back up. The reentry price is just basically halfway between the entry and the stop. There's nothing highly scientific about it, but it gives you a second opportunity to get back into the trade. Now I want to talk about Brokerage Plus. So I've already talked about if you have an Interactive Brokers account, so Nate, are you talking about auto trading it? Because you do it here. Aggressive is not an option, but you do it here. AI trade mode, conservative, or moderate, or best of. Again, watch the video, okay? For if you're going to auto trade anything, you know, using Brokerage Plus and IB, then please watch that video. Why is this? My Bluetooth is just driving me crazy. Okay, let me keep going on Brokerage Plus. What column are you talking about? This is the only one I really have open. What column are you talking about, Nate? Are you talking about auto trading, or are you talking like what are you talking about exactly? I mean, you're talking here? Okay, guys, I'm going to talk about Brokerage Plus and how you can use this now as a paper trader. Okay, if you're new to trading, I can't stress enough that before you start trading your real account, okay, your real account, real money, paper trade, practice trading. Okay, please practice trading. This is all part of our standard service, and it uses our real-time data. So I mean, it doesn't matter what broker you have, is using our real-time data, and it's very simple to do. You know, you just click on an alert. You see the symbol will show up. Sorry, well, first of all, I want to show you how you load it. So from the toolbar, and this is only available in the app. Okay, on the web-based version, it is not. Well, I'm not in EKSO. Just one moment, please. Trade is on the way. It is a trade. A trade is on the way, so tradesman is showing up. I'm not in I'm not in EKSO, so. Okay, so this is the Brokerage Plus window. So all you have to do is go to Toolbar, New, Brokerage Plus. A tradesman, sorry, a tradesman. You know, somebody who's working on the house. So you're going to hear some noise in the background again. So to connect it to the paper trading, all you have to do is just check Trade Ideas Simulated Trading, okay? Now you are ready to go. So if you click on any alert, you'll see the symbol will show up. You can pick how many shares you want to trade. You can pick the price you want to get in at. If you want to go in at market, you can go like market. No problem going in at market if the spread is good. So if I were going to take this one, you know, 213, 215, I mean, it's, you know, it's no problem. You have to worry when the spread is, you know, if that was 213, 220, you know, you don't want to go in at the market, you'll be filled at 220. So you would pick a price, you see if you can get filled. You may not get filled. But let's take the trade. Let's just take this trade. I'll buy a couple hundred shares. And I'll go in at the market. It should fill me at around 215. Here we are. See, it's real. Okay, one moment, please. Just one moment. All right, guys, I'll be back in about 5 minutes. I have to do a couple things with the tradesmen, so I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Okay. So I'll be back at about. Oh, I erased it. No, there it is. Okay. Okay, so I'll be back at about 11 o'clock. I know it's more than 5 minutes. Okay. Oh, okay, guys, I'm back. Oh, okay. You're talking about these guys, the aggressive. You're talking about the aggressive, moderate, and conservative. I can't wait to get rid of that, guys. It's just it's a complicated. It's too complicated. All right, we're going to ultimately get rid of all that. If that's what you're talking about, aggressive just means staying in the. What would happen if you stayed in the trade the entire day? You know, not looking at the stops, nothing, which is kind of crazy, but that's what it is. Moderate is staying in the trade the entire day unless the stop actually got hit. Conservative is getting out exactly when the AI got out, and that's it. So I'm just looking here. This was a paper trading, simulated trading on the CBLI. What I was going to show you how you can put a stop in now. Let's say I wanted to put that stop in at 215. Well, maybe a little bit underneath. So at this point, I can just right click. I mean, obviously, if I didn't have to run away from the room, I would have done this. But add stop order, and so I could say put it at 210. Whoops, not 2210, 210. Add the stop, and you'll see it appear right on the screen. Excuse me, right on the screen. So, I mean, if I allowed myself to be taken out of the trade, I'd lose the grand sum of $10. Okay. Again, I'm just demonstrating how you can do this. If I want to put a target in, say I wanted to put a target of, I don't know, 260, right click, add a target. Okay, and now my target, you won't see it here because, well, it's just way up there. You can't see it exactly, but on the weekly chart, you can kind of see it. It's probably hidden by that candle, but so the beauty of this though is that I can now take these lines and I can move them anywhere I want. So if the trade starts working well for me, I can use this like a trailing stop and just move that stop up and up and up and up. Okay? And the same thing with the profit target. If you want to put a profit target in, let's say it starts approaching it, but there'd be no reason really to let yourself be taken out of the trade, you can start moving it up. Or let's just say it's approaching the profit target and it starts to drift down a little bit. You can always just take that line and move it down and take yourself out of the trade. Is there a name for that? I don't know. New 30-minute high, volume pricing change? Not really. TI alerted, but when you say TI, so you had a scan set up. I don't know. I mean, it's I don't think there's a name for it. I mean, it's coming off the bottom. It is starting to come off the bottom a bit, obviously, but I don't know if there's a specific name for it. I mean, does it? Did you create that yourself? Okay, I mean, call it Aaron's Great Alert. Now, these are hotkeys also, so you can get out of a trade by flattening it. You can get out half your trade, or you can double it if you want. Okay, so these are just some minor hotkeys that you can use. The reason I say, I mean, you could have got, I mean, it's a 30-minute high with volume and a percent change. I mean, this could have happened. this could have happened anywhere, right? I mean, you can have a 30-minute high in a stock that's already up, $10, and the volume is there. So I mean, that's why I'm trying to say I don't think there's anything that what you're showing me as your filters is going to show you a pattern like this all the time, as an example, if that's what you mean. Well, the only other thing, if you really wanted to find a pattern like that, you might want to put something like the position in the day's range somewhere near the low of the day. You might want to add that, if that makes sense. Are you familiar with that filter? So then you will see stocks near the low of the day. And you could use like a min of 0 and a max of, say, I don't know, 5%. Okay, so the stock will be, if at 0, it'll be right at the low of the day. And at 5, it'll be 5% above. Or in the range. Not 5%, but if that makes sense. So then you would not see stocks that are making, at the highs of the day doing with those, meeting those filter requirements. You'll see stocks near the low of the day. Does that make sense? Yeah, so if you use the position in the day's range, so it'll be within 5, so see what it says, no more than 5% above the low of the range. So it'll be at the bottom of the day. It's not a bad idea. And then you could be seeing stocks then with that 30-minute high. All right, let's create one. Guys, I mean, I'm telling you, if you have the premium service and if you have the premium service, I mean, there's the re-entry for, I know, 2738. Look at it now, 3059. Now, I'm not saying it was been super easy, but there is the way to use it. Please just, if you have the premium service, add these columns, the re-entry time and the re-entry price. You will not see, you notice here, for instance, there is no re-entry time. That's because this stock, CLGX, did not hit the stop price, which is 65.37, and then came back to 65.73. But if you look at these three, I know, STAA, I don't know what these ones are doing, but obviously this one would not have worked, but the I know certainly. That's about a $3 swing. from that price, the reentry price. Keep an eye on SINT, guys. SINT, look what it's doing. They did a financing. Did I jot down the price? Yeah, so this is actually a good financing. $1.72, and it's absorbing, but it wasn't a very big one, only $4 million, so not that many shares. Excuse me. So keep it. So look at this SINT. This is one that came in this window towards the end of the day. Yeah, so keep an eye on this. You know, it's shrugging off that financing of a 172. Yeah, Nike had earnings, didn't they? And they're trying to come back here, but yeah, it obviously not down 5%. It's a big percentage decrease for Nike. What a monster I know is from that re-entry, 27.38. It's almost a $4 swing from the re-entry. Okay, Rudy, sorry, I'm gonna have to put you in here. Ugh, okay, guys. Had to hide my cat. Okay, there's the gap. Continues to move down. GPS. Now somebody said that Ken was halted earlier.
Okay, thank you.
What a run it had.
Right in the first door. Okay, thank you. Can you use your washroom?
Oh, sure. So CBLI is continuing this march. So I mean, this is the big area. Big area. SINT, guys, is just, I mean, now the market is, okay, it's put in a base. Looks like it's put in a base. There's a green candle here. Okay, and related, okay. Well, guys, CBLI is just, racing through this area now. I mean, if it gets up to 259, I mean, next area is 374. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there. I'm just saying you look at the charts, you look where the resistance is. Wow. And I can't emphasize this enough. 27.38 on the re-entry, 33.50 now. That's why use this. Look, I mean, people want to auto trade this. Use it as a watch list all day long. You can get setups. You can get setups all day long. Okay, yeah. So this is an IPO, guys. Yeah. Now this is one of the quirks that an IPO 9 times out of 10 will show up as a resume. Okay, and there's an IPO PYPD. Maybe somebody can tell me. Well, I could look it up, of course, but what was the IPO price? Is it above it? There is Audible, yes. There are Audible on re-entries now. Yes, Nick. Started, I think, this week. I didn't even realize it. Somebody pointed it out. Somebody pointed it out to me. Thank you very much. So 16, so it's a little bit above the IPO price. Hello, Raj. Man, well, I don't know if I was wrong, but I mean, I thought there'd be more resistance in this area for CBLI. I mean, it appeared at the beginning there was, but look at this, CBLI just absolutely ripping. Well, you can't use Brokerage Plus with Lightspeed, but I mean, you know, using Brokerage Plus and TradeIt is it's not mandatory. You can use any brokerage platform you want, and you can. I think there's a link that you can set up so that when you click on use our external linking tool, when you click on a symbol, it'll load into your order entry, so you don't have to manually type it in. But you can use any brokerage platform, but you can't use Brokerage Plus. Okay. Not to trade your Lightspeed account. All right, guys, I'm just going to put this, just in case people are coming in and wondering why there's a lot of background noise. Nothing I can do about it, of course. That is nice to hear in stock. RAD is sinking, so it did not have a second day continuation. A little bit. Had earnings yesterday, or sorry, did not have earnings yesterday, but it had a big pop yesterday, but no second day. All right, so this did, I mean, it gave a little bit of a trade, but not much. This is AIKI. Yeah, the linking tool, this external linking tool we have here, it's all it is a time saver. That's all it is. Okay, before we had Brokerage Plus or anything like this, you know, and we linked with Interactive Brokers just so that when you clicked on an alert, it would just show up in your order entry. That's all it is. It's just a time saver. And we link with many platforms like, in fact, if somebody wants to know how to link with Thinkorswim, I actually have the script now. But Lightspeed, TradeStation, Schwab, I mean, we link with many, many brokerage platforms. Linking is just a time saver. If you're clicking on a lot of alerts like I am all day long, it'd be a real pain if I had to keep typing it into my order entry. But, so what I do, of course, I'm linking with Interactive Brokers. I can quickly see all this. I will send you the script. Okay, I'm going to pop it in. Yeah, this is going to be a lengthy one in the off topic. Maybe I'll put it in tech support. I'll put it in tech support. There's hardly anything there. Okay. So I put it in tech support. I don't have a link for Schwab. It's not. The reason I have the link for Thinkorswim is that it seems to be a real bear to do, and it's somewhat complicated. I mean, once you do it once, I mean, you know how to do it. But Schwab, it's probably just have to go to just follow these instructions: tools, external linking, add the link, and see what it says. Hold the window down. Keeping this window down. Keeping this window active. Then mouse over the target, typically your order entry, and then hit the shift key, and that usually will establish the link. Just follow the instructions. If that doesn't work, I'm going to send you to the home page, and Bill is there, and he is our linking expert. He might have a script. We don't get Schwab too many times. So just in case, you can always start a live chat with our support people. All right, guys, so DVAX is back up here. It's back up, guys, right where the alert happened, and there is room. I cannot believe what's happening with CBLI. Yeah, noon every day, 12 to 1 in the YouTube feed, yes. I don't mind answering questions. Oh no, it's the link for the day. You don't have to do. I mean, that'd be crazy. That'd drive you crazy. No, you make the link for the day, and then every time you click on an alert. Strive, it is a PC-based application. I will give you a little podcast that was done to show you. I mean, we do have a web-based version that you can use. But I'm going to you can maybe listen to this. The question is available for the Mac. There's not a Mac version, but there is a web-based version, of course, you can use. It's not quite as robust as the app. And then there are a couple other ways if you're willing to use an emulator or say like Amazon. It's not, okay, you don't have simulated trading as an example. So you can't use the simulator. I think you're limited to 5 charts. I mean, it's getting better and better, but it is not quite the same. I mean, we always recommend if you have a Mac, if you're willing to use an emulator, which a lot of people do, that to me would be the way to go. An emulator like Parallels. Well, that was a pretty good demo. And look what happened, guys. You see, remember I was saying, so if you put, I put a target in here. Now look, if I had really, if this were a real trade, would I have kept the target there as this stock is moving up? Of course not. Of course not. I would have moved that target. I would have kept moving it up higher and higher and higher. Okay, but you see, it closed me out with, only an $88. Again, this is in the demo. But if you are using simulated trading, I mean, you'd be watching this and you'd be saying, hey, well, why would I get out of that trade just because I've put some kind of a target here? Why wouldn't I keep moving the target price up and up and up? Big continues. Nice one, Real. I mean, I know you're all over big. I know that. And I know we probably had the GPS at the beginning. But definitely, an alpha stock, not caring what the market's doing. Huge gap. Okay, now listen, the longer that DVAX bases here, okay, which is right at the alert, 933, the longer it bases here and then maybe gets a little bit of volume, that might get me into that trade. I mean, the high is 950. Actually, the high, I'm surprised it triggered here then. See, I consider Strive, I consider targets just so artificial. I don't put targets. What I do is I look to see where a stock might run into some problems. So if I were in the DVAX, I'd be looking at that monthly chart and I'd be seeing some problems around 1105. It's not a target though so much. It's just that I'm aware. So if the stock keeps moving up, so okay, maybe I would put a target at 1080, just underneath, just so I can get alerted to the fact. But if I'm watching the trade and it keeps working well, to me targets are just very artificial. Does that make sense? I mean, if you're watching the trade and the trade is still working, why would you get out just because you put some kind of a target? The only time I would say, if you have to step away from your computer and you're willing to do that and you want to let it, automatically take you out, fine. I'd be putting price alerts more than targets, to be honest. I'd be putting a price alert, say, let's just say for argument's sake, I put a price alert over 10. I put one, 1040, 1052. I put a price alert at 1102 just to see, but I'd be putting the price alerts ahead of it just to see how well it's trading. I mean, their price alerts are so easy to do. Okay, there's the RPay back up. This one has stopped me out for a nickel loss. Look how well it's come back. There's no profit save feature in Brokerage Plus, no. The only feature you miss, again, Brokerage Plus is great if you have an interactive broker's account and you want to set up trading using your interactive broker's account. Yeah, it's great. Absolutely not necessary though. If you have any other broker, I mean, Trade Ideas is absolutely fine to use. It's just that it's a nice little feature if you happen to have an interactive broker's account to use this Brokerage Plus window. Okay, number one. Number two, charts for Lightspeed. Well, we've got nothing to do with Lightspeed, so I mean, I don't understand the question. We have charts. You know, we have our own charts. But you have access to brokerage price. If you wanted a paper trade, you know everybody can paper trade. It doesn't matter what broker you got. You can use this to paper trade. Doesn't matter the broker. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of what I'm saying too. I think real is maybe said it in a little better way. I mean, the target to me is just kind of somewhat artificial. Yeah, it's something to shoot for. I'm aware of possible resistance. So does that make sense, Raj? I mean, look, we have a lot of customers with interactive brokers, fine, but I mean, the majority of customers do not have interactive brokers. I mean, it is a number. You know, I think I'm going to say I think we did a review or a survey. Maybe 38% of our customers had interactive brokers, but that means 62% of them don't. Doesn't mean you can't use trade ideas. No, right now it's an all or nothing. I mean, you can here, of course, you can get a half your trade or double, but right now it's an all or nothing. I don't, John. Um, at noon, one of the other traders is going to come into that YouTube feed. They may have something, but I don't. I don't. I mean, I shouldn't say that. Double tops? No, I don't. I have bottoming patterns and things like that, but not double tops, not heads and shoulders. No, I just because I'm somebody who's basically a momentum trader, so I'm not looking at patterns like that. So I just don't have those. All right, guys. So listen, you heard me talk about the DVAX. So while we were explaining, I'm in the DVAX. Okay. I finally wasn't distracted enough not to take that trade. So there was my trigger right there. Okay, so I'm in this trade, 932. Because there was the alert at 9:33, but I like the way it was setting up. There is no there is no normal. You know, it really depends on how quickly the stock moved after I got in it. You know, I might take 20%, I might take 50%. You know, there is no hard and fast rule that I have. A lot of it will depend. For instance, the DVAX. Would I get in at 9:32 and all of a sudden in a heartbeat it's at 10? Well, I might take out a lot. And then maybe wait for a pullback or something. But yeah, a lot of it will depend on how quickly a stock moves after I take the trade. A lot of it will depend if it's a cheaper one, not so much this one, but if it's a cheaper one, under $5, is it approaching that 50-cent mark? No, and also whole numbers. Whole numbers kind of freak me out a little bit. Okay, so if this got close to 10, for instance, I'd be probably taking some off, thinking that it might, especially 10. 10 would be a real psychological number for all stocks to get through. 10, 20, 25, 50, 100, some whole numbers on their own, but some are more important, in my opinion anyway, than others. Yeah, it's a little iffy right now. I mean, if it gets back down to where I bought it, I'll probably get out. I haven't taken anything off yet. This was not shortable for me anyway. Again, look at where it got to. CBLI, 294, just before that whole number. Nothing magical about a whole number. It's just a number, but it can be very psychological to try to get through a whole number. But it's just a number. I mean, it's not that there was any other resistance at 3. You look at the charts. It's not like there was a lot of trading done at 3 that would stop you. All right, what did the RPAI do? Did it... I just don't like the pattern it's coming from. I mean, basically chasing it. It's back. Now, if I look left, see the other thing, okay, I'm looking left now. It's not as great as I thought. There's a high right over here at 736. Right there, there's one here. So it's not clean on the daily, as clean as I thought it would be. I think I looked more when I was doing my scanning last night. I looked more at that weekly and thought, okay. But there are some, little areas here, pockets of resistance that could really stop it from going up. Of course, that didn't stop CBLI, did it? Okay, DVAX, can you do your thing now? Can you pop through? Can we turn that into a red bar ignored on the 5-minute chart by popping right through it? So let's take a look at the BCLI. Thank you. Thank you. All right, we're talking now. We're starting to get a little serious here. Okay, so I took some out in that 960 level. But this is not a recommendation for anybody to follow how I'm trading it, all right? Okay, look at that. So that pullback all the way, well, not all the way, but it got down to 250. So there's a pullback for the CBLI. And I mean, it still has room. If it does take out, I'm going to stick an alert, price alert at 296. If it takes it out and moves above 3, it still has some room. I just can't chase this. I just cannot do it. RPAI, I can't do it. Big float too, 212 million in the float. A little surprising, this action with that much in the float. Like we'd have, we got 724 and it got down to 682. I mean, that's a big percentage drop. Usually indicative of smaller floats. Usually. Did it zoom up? It did zoom up. Look at the volume that, wow, look at the volume that came in. There's a low float, 15 million in the float. It's traded half the float. Look at the volume though that came in. Look at that 5-minute candle right there. There's the 15. I mean, there's the opening. The opening candles are usually the big candles for the day, which makes sense. You know, all sorts of action right at the open. But you start seeing some candles that getting close to the opening candles. Look at that volume. Okay, ACI opened. So that one did not show up in the halts resumed. Interesting. But this one did. ACUS, AKUS showed up. So this is an IPO. Must be an IPO. Okay, this is not too bad, guys. I mean, this is an IPO at 16. It's been steady. It's not been a rocket ship, but it's been pretty steady. And that's the PYPD. This might be interesting to take a look at. Well, mine doesn't. I don't know. I think that's just a. Yeah, this is. I don't know what it is. You know, I don't know what it is. But mine doesn't. I don't know why you're getting it in yours. But it'll be. You know, it'll probably have something to do with it. Maybe another class of. I don't know. I honestly don't know. I don't know why it's showing up in yours because it's certainly not showing up in mine. Well, as you can see, it's not on mine, so that's I don't know. But if you're talking about my watch list, the Barry watch list up. I mean, this is Barry's watch list up right here. So I don't know. This must be some. I don't know what to say. Have you added a symbol list to it by accident? Because FPRX is not on here either. All right, guys, keep an eye on GPS. It looks like it has been trying to hold 13, and it is crawling off the bottom here. All right, guys, it's 11:44. I'll be back in about 11:50, and then I'll be taking a break pretty soon. All right, guys, I'm back. Now, how did that shrink down like that? Keep an eye on this ATHX. I have this one on the radar. Now, again, it's not a great looking weekly chart. Look at these topping tails, a lot of indecision. There's probably some resistance right around 330. It's not a low float either, 178 million in the float. And Sono will not die. Wow. This is an IPO? Is this an IPO? API? Agora? What was the IPO price? Looks like it's probably way above it. So this is probably another symbol. This was another symbol back in 2015. Okay. Another company with the symbol API. They probably went under. 20-ish. Wow. What do they get? What do they do? Agora. Let's see, agriculture? Are they what a run. Shanghai real-time video voice. Okay. Okay, let's check some of these original alerts. OSUR still looks interesting, guys. OSUR still looks interesting. Obviously, it's got to take out 11. If you look left on the daily chart, it would have some room. There's the high right there, 1181. So it would have some room. GPS, okay, it's not bouncing now, guys. It was, yeah, it was good. I was surprised talking to somebody in the YouTube feed, the CBLI. GPS did not continue that bounce. It looks like it is. It looks like it wants to go down right here. I mean, it's underneath that whole number. All right, guys, I'm getting closer and closer to my break. And looky what's happening with, looks what's happening with DVAX here, guys. So it's back up to that initial sell that I had, 960. So that person who asked about the pattern, or what would we call that? The one with the 30-minute high and the volume and all that, that I asked to add the position in the day's range. Did you do that? Or if somebody has one like that, maybe you could pop it into the room and I'll take a look at it. Okay. Guys, keep an eye on Sono right there. There was the alert at 1511. Keep an eye on Sono. I mean, you can just see. I mean, look at the daily. So it hit a high of 1524. 1524 or so, which was a little bit above the high of what 3 days ago. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to stick an alert right around there, see if it can take out that high again, and then the new high for the day. And then, looking left, it does have some room. Do you mind popping that into the room? Do you mind sharing it, the link? Just saves me from creating it. So you have it. So just right click, save or share to cloud, and then say save and share. Okay, and then copy, and then paste it. So that now the link is copied. You don't see that it is, but it is copied. And then just Control V to paste it into the room. Okay, so just right click, save or share to cloud, save and share. So now it's copied, and then Control V to paste it into the room. Just Control V it right in here, and the link will show up. Well, yeah, I mean that's what I'm looking at, though. I mean, I'm just saying remember, I'm not holding this for a long time if I do it. I mean, I'm just looking at this level here. I've got my alert set up around 1524. Now it's pulled right back. It may not do it, but if it hit that, I mean, yeah, looking left, but that's 1690. So I mean, if I get into that trade around, if I get into the trade around 1520, I mean, it's still $1.60 away. It is shortable, yes. For me, it is shortable. All right, I'm just going to put this in here. I'm not leaving quite yet. I'm just waiting for somebody to take over in the YouTube feed. Yeah, okay, so here's your window. Right click, save or share to cloud. Click on save and share. Copy all. Okay, now the link is copied. Now the link is copied. Now all I have to do is go into this box here, right underneath where you said you did it wrong. Control V, it pastes it in. There's the link. You can see it. Okay, just Control V. So once you've gone through the step of right click, save or share to cloud, click on save and share. Then you've copied it, and then just Control V it in. Don't worry about it. If you can't do it, don't worry about it. I'll create it myself. But Okay, guys. Okay, so in the YouTube room, I am exiting. Andy will be there. So I'm exiting. You're absolutely right.
Hello, traders. Let me know if you can hear me. Testing 1, 2, 3. This is the live support session. My name is Andy. Testing 1, 2, 3. Let me know, guys, if somebody can drop in the chat that you hear me okay. That would be great, and that you see my screen. Get Steve just. All right. Oh, great. Great, Christine. Thank you very much. Welcome to Friday Support Webinar. What we're going to do today is answer questions. We take over the room, or anyway, this live stream for about 1 hour, and this is a great place. You can hear, I guess. Okay, thanks, Mike C. How you doing, buddy? All right, so I will be talking for the next hour. We're going to address any questions that you might have. This has been typically a great venue for people to come in and ask questions. Looks like Mike C is verifying that everything is good, so that's always nice to hear. Hello, Jatinder. How are you? And you probably get a good laugh in listening to a Texan butcher your name, but I'm doing the best I can. Hi, Ziggy, how are you? All right, looks like Christine may have a question. I do well with scalps on high of day breaks. Good. What I look for before it breaks is increasing volume over the last 2 or 3 minutes. Nothing wrong with that. All right, let's see. I can find stocks that are close to their highs of days that way, but I see no way to scan for increasing volume minute. Right. All we have is the volume increases based on the average per minute, like the 1 minute volume and the 5 minute volume. That's going to look at the average over the last X amount of time frames, usually about 6 to 10 days worth of time frames in there, so you're getting a good average. But minute over minute, that, and we've had some requests for that. It's just a total, like, it's all based on how it's built back on our servers and coding and all that, and it's just not an easy fix. Now we are working on something right now that may be able to fix that in the future, so hopefully, Christine, you'll be able to do that. But it sounds like you're doing all the right things. I had a great webinar. I don't know if you saw that yesterday, talking about what I look for when I'm playing volume, and INO is a great example, because I think sometimes people get caught up in the micro time frames as far as volume goes, but this is the kind of stuff I look for. Is I look at the daily. The daily is going to tell you the true picture of what a stock's doing. And too many people, that's why when you see all my alerts on momentum that I have in the Traders Vault, you'll find this Extreme Master Blaster, Extreme Volume, High Low Pro. You're going to see I'm always looking for like a 10-day high or close to a 20-day high or something like that. I like them breaking out of ranges. And I've given examples showing stocks that are in the middle of their 5-day range that are maybe moving on the intraday and doing big volume, but they're not really going anywhere. And those are the ones that can a lot of times get you in trouble, even if you're scalping. So be careful with those. Look for those stocks that are breaking out or doing something on the daily, and look for support and resistance. That's the main thing. But to answer your question, Christine, yeah, you can't not do any right now, any minute over minute volume increases. All right, let's see the next question. All right, Jatinder was born in California, so he's fine with me butchering his name. Uh, okay, good question, Ziggy. Uh, Siggy, I should say. How do you place a order to buy or sell on the chart that can be moved around? Well, what you want to do, let me bring up my Brokerage Plus window here. And what you want to do is you want to have a strategy designed for what's called your long chart strategy. So you can pull this up. You can pull up any of your cloud links. And what you want to do, there's a place where you can designate edit trading strategy. See if I can remember where to find that. But anyway, what you want to do is build a, maybe it's just right click, hold on. Yeah, default chart long strategy. Okay, so you want to find a strategy and make it your default long strategy. Okay, now if you don't know how to build these, I can give you a video that'll show you how to build these strategies, but really you're just pulling up something from the cloud. You can load a strategy from the cloud, and then you just go in, you edit your trading strategy, your entry time, order details, size, and here's the key, your risk management, your stop. If you want a target, you can put a target in there. So let's say I want to buy this Labu. All right, let's say I'm these biotech stocks have been going up so much. So if it takes out yesterday's high, and in other words, you get the biotechs to start selling, and you want to, let's say you're looking at today's high. If this goes through, I want to buy it. So what you want to do is hit the buy button. Okay, that's the one you want to use, and then right click. I mean, just take it where you want to buy it, and it's going to set your buy and your stops in there now. So if I wanted to move these around after I get executed, I can do that. And I can also, more people need to use this feature because it's really cool. You just set your parameters. I mean, the parameters are already set, and then you just hit the buy button, say where you want to buy it. Your stop will automatically be in there if it gets triggered, and it can be a great way to trade. Now, let's say you can also do it just by right-clicking and using any one of your strategies. So let me remove this. And I think what you can do, didn't do it. There it goes. Why does it keep coming back? Let me put it on something that's, okay, let's say Facebook. Let's say you want to buy Facebook right here. You see it coming down to support. You like it. You want to buy it. I can go in here and execute immediately. Trade Facebook. I can use one of my strategies. I could use this long strategy right here, buy using 100 shares at market, but I'm going to use I'm going to use my swing strategy that has my defaults in it. Okay, so I just bought Facebook there, and there's my stop. Now I could take this and grab it any time and move my stop around. Let's say if I just bought it, but I don't want it to break this 50 period moving average, I can just move it around doing that. The key is setting up a strategy that you can trade off of. Okay, if you just go out and buy 100 shares at market, it's not going to have a stop in there. So you have to have a strategy built in that has your stop parameters so you can move that around. And I'm not crazy about this market, and I think it's gonna sell off. I'm just gonna put this at lows. See if I bought Facebook 30 shares. See, I had my parameters in there to go out to buy the amount of shares that if it hits my stop, I'd lose like $200. But I'm gonna raise this up. Takes out lows, I'll be out. All right, a lot of questions coming in. I hope that was clear for you there, Siggy. Uh, when setting up a scanner, topless, from scratch, there doesn't appear to be a column for time. Right, Pamela, that's on purpose. And the reason that is a top list. If you look at a top list, it's going to refresh every 30 seconds. Okay? And you're going to be able to see your time in here, in the top list. So it gives you, see, a 30-second window each time. The problem is, see, the top list, stocks are moving in and out of it so fast. Okay, that's why we only have to, we have to reset it every 30 seconds. So we don't know when the stocks actually met those parameters. You can't have a time for each one to display when they met those parameters. So a top list is going to automatically refresh every 30 seconds. So that's your time right there. It's actually built into the top of the window there. Make sure you have small borders unchecked so you'll be able to see that time. I think you may be able to see it anyway, but okay. Try this. Compare the volume of the previous minute to the volume of the previous 4 minutes before that. Yeah, you I'm, oh, okay. He's dropping a custom code in there for you, Kristen, if you want to take a look at that. And if you don't know how to do custom codes, you can copy that and then just ask us. We can show you. We can send you a little video that'll help you. Okay, Toronto the Great, own brokers plus outside of market hours. Can we utilize the flatten? No, no. The hot buttons in Brokers Plus. This is what he's referring to. These hot buttons right here, they work. They're market orders and they work during live market action. The problem is you cannot do market orders in after hours. You can only do limit orders. So you'll be confined to using this window down here. Is there a way we can add a column on Brokers Plus windows so we can add notes of where you can make a feature request on that. Most of the notes, you have notes obviously in your price alert so that you can make notes, but that may be a good feature request. Toronto the Great. Let me make sure there's not one in here. Pretty sure there's not. No, I'm not seeing anything for notes. But you can make a feature request and we can pass it along to the developers and see if they can add something like that. It's a pretty good request. Yeah, go, Kristen, go to the account, go to our website page anyway, and go down to the footer section and find account management, and we have and go to the custom formulas and click on it, and we have a PDF in there that kind of walks you through how to do it. And I think there also may be a video. I don't think it's attached to that page though, unfortunately. But if you can't make sense of it out of that PDF that we have in there, send us an email. We'll get you a video that you can watch and help you. All right. Pamela got it. You're welcome, Pamela. Okay, good, good. Yeah, build a strategy for a swing trade, and really the parameters are the key things. You got to make sure you have your stop in there, a target if you want to have one. But it's pretty cool. Maybe mention that time is for alerts. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Time. Yeah. If Debbie's right. If you're looking for something you want to see in real time, it's best to use an alert. Top lists are mostly for, it's like scanners. It's for scanning, and they can be very powerful. And especially with columns, you use the columns you want. You can sort by any column. If you're not, the way I like, if you're not wanting to really move fast and execute a trade, in other words, you're just looking for opportunity, and you're really not just trying to jump on an alert real quick. Um, Top lists are great. If you're looking for like momentum and you want to, be fast on the trigger, you probably want to go with alert windows. All right, let me move on here after I get a swig of water. Okay, Toronto says, once we place a target price in Brokerage Plus and we want to go back in and alter it with a specific price, how do we do that? The best thing to do is, you can, if you have a target, you can move it. But I have found the easiest thing to do is, I don't think I have a target on any one of my alerts here, but what you could do is right click. You can add target order. Now, if the target order is already in there, you would have a drop down and say change, I think it's modify target order. Okay, I don't have any targets set right now in mine, but if I did, it would say modify target order, and that's the easiest place. You can just right click and just put an exact price in there. Or if it should be on the chart where you can just raise it up. But if you want an exact price, the easiest thing to do is just right click and do that. Do it that way, Toronto. Where would the volume webcast oh, that would be from yesterday. It should be uploaded by now, but it might not. But it should be on our YouTube page, and I'm trying to remember where the recent, it's wherever the recent videos are, but I would just look for the most recent Trading Studio. It should be dated in there. Of course, yesterday was 6/25, so it should be in there anyway. You can go to the search in YouTube. There's a little search function, and just type in Trading Studio, and you should pull it up easy. All right, Aaron says, I have several alert windows, same scan parameters, just different time frames. But the chart only shows the alert I clicked off of. Is there a way to see all the alerts generated on the chart? No, it's going to show you only the one you click. So alert window, well, these work too. Twitter on lows, not doing good. So if I click on this, see, look, that's, some people make this too hard. Look at that beautiful breakout right there. $2 right there. Just took out this high and bam. Look at that relative volume. 47, almost 48 relative volume. Okay? That is a log going down a category 5 rapids. This is what the example I always gave in TI University. Volume, the more the volume, the more the price wants to continue in the same direction. It's just common physics. I'm sorry to get off track there, but it's only going to show you, and I'm not sure why this is not showing me in chill here. Let me find a regular A. You think I'd have an A window in here? Let me see if I can find this. There you go. That one's going to show you the one I clicked on. This is a new high filtered, and I'm thinking, I thought it worked, but maybe it doesn't. Let me click on Twitter here. Oh, yeah, these are working. Let me do. See, what a beautiful one right there. TSM, just textbook bounce right there. But yeah, unfortunately, you're not going to be able to see. It would be a mess anyway. If you saw every alert that came through here, if it gave you a blue arrow, it would just be a mess. You have to click on it. This is interesting to watch, one to watch on my revenue growth fishing, if it can take out this level right here. When I'm trading these, it's a biotech there. We know those are hot right now. And I see something like this, and I look over there, and they got some nice cash versus their debt. So you don't have a debt issue there. Revenue growth is over 50%. That's strong. What I'll do is just come in here and put a little alert right there. So if it takes out that high, I'll be notified. CTXR, my oh wow, yeah, that's a adult swim only there. Well, it is a $1 stock, so maybe not. Maybe some few kids can get in that pool. Debbie, any way to filter new highs so it only alerts if it goes up so many basis points higher than the previous high? Alerts get any kind of cluttered. Yeah, every penny. You can't do that. What I like to use, what I use in this one, in my Extreme Volume High-Low Pro, is a what's called, I thought I did. It's not in that one. Maybe it's on this one over here. I think it's, yeah, it's in this one, because I have a lot of strategies in it. I don't want to see it, make sure I don't see it every penny, so I'm using what's called a filtered high. Now what a filtered high does, it's an algorithm that kind of looks at the volatility, the price action, the volume, and it will break it to where you're not getting, ooh, market just crashed to lows there. It'll make it to where you're only seeing the alert maybe every, depending on the stock, say 7 cents to 15 cents. So you're not just getting that just deluge of every penny high. That can be annoying. But there's nothing that's configurable where you can say I don't want to see it unless it hits this many. We also have a count, what's called a count filter, that some people use. I know Barry likes to use this, where you can set the minimum of count in here. If you set it, say I don't want to see a stock unless till it hits 25 highs. Okay, so in other words, it goes, maybe in most cases, I think a lot of people use it even higher than that, maybe 50, because you'll, of course, in the first minutes of the day, if it rockets, that may put 25 highs in there, and then it pulls back, then it hits a few more. But if you have a stock that's really trending, sometimes it'll hit 250 highs during the day. So that's something else you can use, but that's really the only two workarounds when it comes to kind of customizing your new highs. Gold trying to go back to highs. It was just a beautiful, I was telling the guys this morning that we're in gold in our fund. We got like majority of our longs are in gold right now, and I was telling them, I said, man, if this gold pulls back to the 10 period moving average, that is textbook right there, guys. When you see something like that, just go ahead and put just price alert in it. Look at that, just boom. We know that sector has been one of the strongest, and That's the kind of stuff you do, like I like to do in pre-market, looking for opportunity like that. All right, looks like we're all caught up. Let's take a look at the market. Fighting for that 200-day. It's twice now we dipped down below it, and we keep trying to bounce back. It's going to be a key hold right there. If we can, we really hadn't closed below it in a month, so we'll see if it can stay true to the pattern today. If not, we could have a date with this 50 period down here the next couple of days. No, pre-market is it's tough because what it is, uh, a lot of your filters do not work in pre-market, and that's by design. And the reason that is many people, most of the people I'd say, they don't really trade pre-market, and they do not want to let the filters in pre-market skew the filters in the let's show you the SPYs, for example. Okay, so this is a 10 period moving average on the SPYs. Look how true to form that was. Tried to bounce up, boom, hit that 10 period, boom, hit that 10 period. Now, if I'm using pre-market data, I turn on show pre-market. Well, there wasn't a whole lot today. Didn't really do anything in pre-market. But if you had a wide range in two market, it'll throw off this curve. Okay? Same thing goes with like volume, relative volume, and things like that. You do not want the very small percentage of volume that happens in pre-market to really throw off a lot of your indicators. And so by design, most of your filters are not going to work in pre-market. So that's why you don't have a really good, I don't really have a really good strategy for pre-market Toronto. I just kind of, I trade by eye really, when I used to. I don't do it anymore, but back when I was a day trader, I would you know just trade by pre-market charts, things like that. No, you cannot trade options. You cannot paper trade options in Brokerage Plus. Maybe in the future, if we latch on to a good partner that has options or something like that, but uh, only equities so far. Option Express may be a good fit. Yeah. Here's another problem that right now there's not really a good fit for options is because we don't have option data now. Obviously, if we had a partner, we can pull their data, but we'd still have to basically, do a lot of reconfiguring on our servers. I'm not sure. I'm not a developer and have no desire to be one, but I know because I talked to them about it before, because I think if we had a lot of price specific option data, we would bring in a lot more business. But I heard it's a big change for the servers and coding and all that. So right now it's just equity. But I like to tell people if you're an options trader, to me it's a decision of whether you want to trade the option versus the common. But so you see something, and if it's optionable, it has options on it. You just go out and buy the options. It's the same chart pattern on the equity and everything. But I hear you. I know a lot of option traders. They like to get really fancy with the iron condors and butterflies and all that. But yeah, we're just not at that point yet. Yeah, I've talked to other option traders who've said the same thing, Toronto. Uh, Just seems like we always have so many fires. Well, you see how many versions come out. I mean, gosh, it seems like we have a version every week coming out. I definitely have a developmental version every week coming out, and that I got to update to. Relative, you asked a question regarding relative volume. Let me see, I missed that one. You may have to copy and paste it back in here. Let's see, okay, I see it now. When entering a relative volume column on stock chart, wait, there's no columns on a stock chart. I'm not sure what you mean by on stock chart. Are you talking about the volume at the bottom of the chart there, Toronto? Or are you talking about? I'm not sure. When it comes to volume, now we do have, I think, average volume. Are you talking about average volume? Or are you talking about when you line up? Okay. Are you talking about when you click here? Yeah, yeah, you're not gonna. Relative volume can only be shown in the window in the columns like you see right here on Extreme Master Blaster. I have it on pretty much every one of mine. Uh, it's nothing you're going to be able to put on a chart. Your only thing for your chart, well, you have your little boxes when you click on them, and this has always been an issue, right? I found it easier if you kind of click outside and then move the cursor over to the box sometimes. Of course, I'm not getting one there. There you go. It's quirky. It's wonky is what it is. Okay, I added it to the chart, but I want to move it closer to the top of the stock window. Okay, give me a yes or no real quick. Are you talking at all about the volume bars at the bottom? You're not talking about that, right? Okay, stock window. So when you say stock window, you're talking about like an A window or an M window, one of these? You want to move it? Are you talking about moving the column over just by grabbing it and moving it like this? Okay, well I have relative volume in all mine. Yeah. Okay, composite rating. Maybe I don't have. Okay, so there's relative volume. Let's say I want to put it closer to score. I just grab it, click the mouse, and move it over. Is that what you're referring to? Grab, move it. Is that what you mean by stacked? You can move any of these just by grabbing them and moving them in one direction or the other. Idea is right, however, in the stock window. The single stock window, is that what you're referring to? Okay, that's what was throwing me. Okay, I'm my bad. I'm so used to referring to that as the single stock window. Uh, yeah. The only way to move columns, right, is and once again, this is also kind of wonky because what it'll do if you column order, and I'm not going to even do this because what it throws off your orders. You're just going to have to use the arrows here to move it which way you want to move it. If you highlight one, you can move it over here, but what's going to happen is going to put it over there, and it's kind of quirky because it's going to kind of rearrange all your settings. So it just takes time to get it where you want it, but you can move it just by using the arrows. Nope, this is Andy speaking, Omar. So you're just going to have to keep playing with it. Like I said, I am not going to do it because it throws it off. And it takes me a while to get everything back like I wanted. I finally got it like I want it. But what you can do is highlight it and start moving things around. This will shift it over there. But what's going to do, it may shift one of these back over here. So it's like kind of like putting together a puzzle, almost like a Rubik's Cube. Oh, you need Debbie needs to show you in the single stock window how to delete a column. Short float. Let's see. Haven't done. Like I said, I've set this like I like it months ago, maybe even years ago, and I haven't touched it. So let me see if anything has changed with the latest version. So many of them. Uh, all right. Let's see. Get one of these at the bottom. Do you want? I wonder if I hit that. No, I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna mess it up. Yeah, the puzzle master. Let me ask the guys in support. Good question. I got that out there. They'll get back to me. Yeah, I know. I do. You know what? I think I have it saved. That's probably the way to do it. Make sure I have this one saved. Uh, all right. Save that one, and then I can mess around with it. Columns. Okay, Michael told me right click so or shrink the two into one column. Whatever he means by that. Okay, can't understand him sometimes. That's just resizing super small. That's pretty lame. I told him. Bill should know. I demand. Second tab, columns tab. Move from right to left. Move left out of the box. Oh, okay. There you go. Okay, so if you want to remove something, left to right, add entries. Okay. Okay, so that's column order. So columns. So this is column orders right here. So if you want to remove one, you just you go left to right to add entries, right to left removes. No, I'm sorry, left to right removes entries. Okay. So if you want to, these are all your entries over here. If you want to move one, you just distance from VWAP. I take it over there, and it's out. That was totally my bad. I was just thinking, I was just looking at the column order. I forgot all about this tab right here. This is the one you use to, which ones you want to add, you put on the left, which ones you want to move, you put on the right, and then you select your order right here. So now we got that. We can just cancel, and I won't have to mess up anything. Somebody says keep an eye on CPAH. Oh yeah, that's a thin one. Only traded 100,000 shares. Yeah, I bet that can really move. The float is only 3 million. So yeah, anytime you get one of those typically low volume, low float stocks that get to moving, yeah, they can go. Now, see, what would scare me about something like this is like yesterday, it took out this high over here, and really no volume has been coming in the last several days. If I'm going to trade something like this, I want to see some strong relative volume. You can see the relative volume right there is just nothing. That doesn't mean it can't go for sure, but I'd rather see, if I'm going to play low float, I'm going to need to see some serious volume coming in. All right, let me see if I missed anything. Looks like we're all caught up. I'll be on here probably another 10 to 13 minutes. And then Barry will be taking back over. And looking at the market, trying to break. Once again, it is currently below that 200-day moving average. We've been pounding on this thing 3 times now. Need to watch this, and seeing no upside direction today. It's all been kind of downward sloping, so definitely one to watch. I mean, something to watch here today if you're, but Newmont is doing good. That's my only position in our little fund we trade is Newmont, and I've been in it since 57.17. And my theory on this is what I like about this. Just last month, Newmont was close to all-time highs. Okay, gold was right here, and now gold is a lot higher, and Newmont has really pulled back. This sets up for a really good swing trade. I got a good entry at 57.17. I'm not looking to anything to happen. Well, it could happen soon, but if it gets above 60, I think this thing could really be off to the races, and probably will even add more once it gets above 60. Gold's not my favorite thing to trade, but I like what I'm seeing. The logic makes sense to me that they could catch up to gold here soon, but gosh, they can be hard to trade. And I did buy some LABD today in the account, right around I think 345, just to kind of, Mike had some biotech, so just kind of hedging. Okay, quick question. Does TI have a level 2 built in somewhere? No, we don't have level 2, and the reason we don't is you can get that from your broker. Whoever your execution platform is, they all offer the level 2 at a reasonable price. There's no reason for us to carry that as well. You're welcome, Brendan. No problem. By the way, major market based on summation index and sentiment crashing down gave a sell signal a week ago. Please look out. All right, Fred. Well, yeah. You know, I think the key is at this level, and we're breaking, you know, I don't like to look at too many indicators, but you know, trend, I like to see trends, and if I look at the trend going back to these lows over here, okay, we're kind of breaking that trend. But not only thing I look at, obviously these moving averages plays a big part. We can always establish a new trend, but for right now, you know, if we can't, well, a lot's going to depend, you know, on how it goes today. If we sell off and break this 200 and close below that 200-day moving average, maybe even down here to this 50 moving average, we'll have to see what happens. But yes, I would be a little bit nervous if I was all loaded up long on equities. No, Toronto, the reason we're doing that intentionally as far as setting the paper trading amount to 100K. Now you can always build it up. That's what I've been doing, and from the 100,000. And if you can always email us too and ask us to reset it. Let's say you started and you gave up half of it. You know, just send us an email. We can always start you over and reset you. And soon you're going to be able to do that on your own. But there's a reason why we want to keep everybody's the same at 100K, because we're going to be starting in the future gamification using the Brokers Plus, where we're going to have kind of like DraftKings, where people are going to be able to come in and do weekly contests and things like that, putting up a little bit of money and trying to win a grand prize at the end of each week. It's going to be fun. No one can analyze your trades, Toronto. Now, when we go into gamification, sure they can. You're going to be able to want to see all your competitions, trades, P&L, and all that, because you're going to be going head to head with them. So I don't know. I don't know if all the trades, the actual symbols and everything that'll be in there, but you'll definitely know. How your competition's doing. No, I bet you will. I bet you will. But they will be able to see your trades. That's the only way to do it fairly. It's got to be transparent, so everybody can know what everybody, is doing. Now it may be somewhat delayed a little bit, so you can't just go in there and copy someone, but everybody will see what people are doing. Andy, you are using strength, resistance, and interpreting candles to make your trades. Well, I was kind of letting you know when I was more of a day trader and looking for opportunity as far as momentum goes, and maybe riding the trade all day, whatever. When I was talking earlier about looking for support, resistance, yes, I'm always looking at the dailies. Too many people, they get in here and they start trading, and they're just only looking at intraday. And I want to see what's going on in the daily, because that's where your true support, resistance, and all that is. It's not really, on the intraday. I mean, intraday can be great for entries like this right here. If you're watching a 15-minute chart in this shield, and you see it gap up, and then what we call a horseshoe pattern, gaps up, fills part of the gap, turns around and goes to high. So that could be a great spot for an entry. But when it comes to exits, and entries, I'm also looking at the daily, and that can be very powerful. But now I'm swing trading, and I use a lot more than just obviously looking at charts. For example, that Newmont trade, I jumped in this last Friday, because it was underperforming gold, and had a little not really a breakout, but at least bounced up, and this is where I entered it right here at 57.17, popping above this fast moving average. Now technically I would like for it to be out of this possible range, but I'm willing to anticipate a lot of times, just based upon my experience and what I've seen in trading and market, and how stocks kind of react to competition and commodities and things like that. So and I'll also buy pullbacks, a strong, looking for strong stocks. The market's going to pull back for a few days. A lot of people right now are probably thinking, wow, there's Facebook on 1 month low and then some, hitting its 50-period moving average. That may be a place for an entry. But gosh, that's some big volume today, though. I'd probably hold off, since that volume it's not pulling back on light volume at all. All right, guys, I got about 4 or 5 more minutes, and then I'm gonna send it back to Barry. You're welcome, Fred. You have a great weekend too. Oh, thank you, Debbie. What strategy do you use for pullbacks? This one's, I like this one right here. It's called, and this is available in all of my windows are available in Traders Vault. If you go to Traders Vault, you're going to see these windows. Pullback above 50 SMA Pro. Okay, so what am I looking for here? I'm looking for, when I built this, I'm looking for stocks that are in an upward trend over the last, say, 3 months. They're pulling back on the 5-day time frame, but they're putting in what's called a bullish candle today. Let's see if we can find a good example here. There's a great example. Of course, this was a big gap up and ran, and look, it's been selling off, got as high as 15. It's been selling off right here, and look what happened. Bounced right off, just like I showed you that gold earlier, guy. This is a 10-period moving average. That is the momentum line. So if this stock is going to bounce like it's trying to today, you know, this could be a great entry. But what I like to do, I don't take them the day of. I let them close today. Some cases I will if I really like it. This one, I would rather see it turn around. Show me that it can turn around and start going the other way. So the way I use this is I will mark these up. Okay, I will see this right here, and I'll put a high. This I usually do this in the evening, but let's say it closes like this and it doesn't go take out a new high today. I will come in and mark this up for the next trading day. So I will get a signal. I will get a signal when this thing reverses, and then I'll usually use this low of this candle as my out. See if I can find a better example. That one's trying to work there, but I'm not crazy about that chart. A lot of let's see if I can. This Market Mania, there's a pretty good one right there. Real Page. I mean, it was recently at probably looks like an all-time high, putting back. Now look at these bounces, trying to bounce off this 50-period moving average. Well, you got two highs here right here, so I'm going to go ahead and mark this up. That alert goes off on Monday. If it doesn't go off today, I'll be notified, and something I may consider taking there. Wendy's. Right there on its 50-period moving average. Okay, I'm not buying up here at highs. The stock is pulling back and it's putting in a setup bar. This is where, when it takes out that bar, I may be interested. Now I'm also careful. I'm looking at the overall market. I'm not just because it fulfills that pattern doesn't mean I automatically buy, because you get a lot of head fakes sometimes. The market, let's say the market opens Monday and it's kind of waffling around sideways or down on the day, and then all of a sudden this triggers. I may be more patient and wait maybe 20 or 30 minutes to make sure the market is going to go in my direction, and just don't jump in just because the pattern is setting up there. Thank you, Mike C. I appreciate it. But that's a good one for pullbacks, if you're looking for pullbacks. And let me see if Barry is up and running yet. And looks like he's typing right now, so he's probably about to start his live stream again, and I'll sign off. Thank you guys for all of your thank yous. Yeah, sometimes, I mean, yes, sometimes. Oh, by the way, there's another really good one in there called bullish daily candlestick patterns that I like to use sometimes in the Traders Vault. But yeah, I want to see if it's going to be reversing. I kind of want to see at least normal volume, not anemic volume, because that's sometimes when you get those head fakes. All right, looks like Barry is streaming now, guys. I'm going to get you back over there so you can possibly hear some real-time trading going on. And thank you everybody for all your kind words. Have a great weekend, and we'll see you next week.
You can use any broker you want. I mean, some brokers will make it a little easier, obviously, with Interactive Brokers if you want to use this window, but you don't have to have Interactive Brokers. You can use Questrade or Disnat or something else. If I had one thing too, I would get rid of this name called Brokerage Plus because I just think it confuses people thinking that maybe we're a broker. It's just not. It's a little maybe I think it's a little too confusing. I think what we really should call it. I don't know what we should call it. I think we should differentiate. You know, simulated trading, the simulator or the paper trading. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I haven't looked at Questrade for years. I mean, IB, I believe it's probably cheaper. Yeah. I mean, I would recommend IB for sure. I just mentioned you can use any broker in Canada. But if I had, I mean, I've been using IB for 3.5 years now, and it's I find it great. Again, guys, stops. Obey your stops. Again, I could have got stubborn and said with the OSUR, it'll come back. So instead of that little nickel loss or 6 cent loss, whatever it was, I would have turned that into about a 20, 25 cent loss. I don't, I mean, I don't even know what data plan I've got. I'll be honest with you, Roy. But you don't need much. I mean, you need live data. Obviously, you need live data. And, I mean, if you want level 2, you're going to get it. I mean, I don't think it's necessary. You can level 1. But basically, you can always start off with just a live data plan, real-time data. I don't really use anything. I don't use anything else within IB, to be honest. Osmaker is only with Pro, yes. So DVAX sort of came back, but that was a pretty brutal drop. When you say they, you mean trade ideas? No, there's no free trial. We only do it 4 times a year. The next one, if it's going to be 3 months from the last one, will be sometime in August, Jonathan. Man, I say, guys, I'm getting zero action right now. No, no, no alerts. Do they actually have a free trial with live data, with real-time data? It's hard for me to believe because they have to pay. I don't think they have a free trial with real-time data because they have to pay the exchanges, just like we do. We'd love to have free trials, but we have to pay the exchanges. They don't care that we want to, give it away for free as a trial. They still want to get paid. Yeah, so the data is delayed by 10 to 15 minutes. So, I mean, yeah, you can try it out just to see, how the order entry and all that. But, okay, guys, listen, I'm going to do my video now. 104, so I'm going to do my video right now. I don't use DAS, no. I just am a real simple user of it. Don't use DAS at all. I don't trade options at all. So it's 100% stocks. So I don't know, you guys can hear me in the YouTube feed. If you can, I'll be back at about 1:30. All right, guys, I will now put everybody on mute. guys, I'm back. Yes, William, it is a live room. I'm back. I'm back now. I just did a video, so I'm back now. Keeping an eye on the Sono guys. Sono is really starting to set up well. I mean, the longer it bases here, but as usual, let's see if we get a nice little volume burst to take it through this. No, you need our premium subscription, Johnny, to use the backtester. You're talking about the backtester, backtest strategy. Yeah, you need the premium subscription. With the standard subscription, I think we give you 10 free ones just to try it out. But you do need a premium subscription if you want to have unlimited backtesting. Ooh, here's another. So haven't really been following this one. Too bad. There's the ADVM on a short alert at $20 now at $19.52. To follow this a little bit closer going forward, especially well, the market's just kind of basing now. But if that market gives up 300, look out. I just think it'll be a big psychological break. Man, oh man, what a run. Yeah, I mean, it was interesting to see this one in the pre-market. What a run. Because this got down to 18. It looked like, okay, now it's going to just really fade. But now that's the other one, FMCI, another one of the SPACs. Okay, now T-Bio is still moving down out of that consolidation. T-Bio, actually that's 15 minutes, so that's quite a drop. That's about a 60-cent drop right now. So, and that they did a financing well under the financing price, $22, well under now. Yeah, I don't like this one. This KTOV. It's a choppy one. Okay, guys. Now this one, what's the spread like? It's not terrible. BSIG just kind of triggered. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm gonna wait at 130. I'm gonna put this one here. I'm gonna put it underneath. This will be kind of the comparison. There is BSIG, but boy, it was whippy. I'll explain at 130. I'll explain. So definitely a rumor stock, excuse me, a rumor stock in talks to be acquired by 1313. So that news hit it, yeah, just looking at the news, be acquired by, well, I'm not sure I can pronounce that name. Let's see, Assicurazioni Generali, if it's, or Generali if it's Italian, Generali if it's Spanish. Where are they out of? So that's a rumor. That is a rumor for BSIG. Ooh, beautiful move. Yeah, great move. Look at the volume also that came in. Not just the move, it's the volume. You guys are new to trading. I mean, you just look, I mean, does this always happen? No. I mean, but when you get a big volume a big volume bar like that, I mean, just look at it at that volume bar in comparison to all the earlier ones until you get to this one. You know, it's almost the biggest one of the day. And a lot of times, you know, you will see an accompanying price increase. Now, the trick is, will it continue? You know, I mean, is this a start of a nice move? I mean, if we knew for sure, then, you know, we just pile in and buy it right now. But Sono did not move up. Okay, well, I'm still going to stick my alert around 1524. See if it takes it out again. I am surprised that it's shortable. Lots of shorts too at Interactive Brokers. Wow, look at ADVM. I mean, there was the alert I had. $20 now at 19.23, and it was shortable for me anyway. Ooh. Well, I see. Look at the volume again. Big the volume again. Yeah, there are a lot of shorts available actually for Shill at IB. Not that I'm looking to short it necessarily, but I'm just checking some of the other ones, some of the other SPACs, seeing if they're doing anything. I don't know why this is labeled a SPAC, but it's a rumor though. It's, you know, this is obviously it's a rumor, So be careful. Spread's okay too. It was only a penny. It's only a penny now. Wow, that's amazing for. Guys, WKHS just popped here. Look at the volume coming into it. Look at the volume coming in, guys. And I'm in it. Too bad. It's not 130, but and I've traded some out. Look at WKHS. Wow. Okay, what I'm going to do now, I know it's not quite 130, but what I want to do now, I'm going to show you what I'm doing here. So I'm going to clear this. Okay. I'm going to shrink this window down. And I'll show you what I'm doing. And then I'm going to put this one down here. So, yeah, so what I'm doing here, you'll see here, I have the count here at 60 and I have the count here still at 30. So what I'm doing is I'm still doing this comparison to see whether or not if I reduce the count here and later on in the day that is still going to give us something that is decent compared to if I wait for the 60 count. Okay, so obviously with the WKHS, I mean that was a great alert at 946. As opposed to at 970, but we'll see what happens from 970 on. The FMCI, 1869. Look at the BSIG at 1113. And you see now it's showing up. I know it's going to sound confusing, but you see there's the 30 count. Now it shows up in this window because it is a minimum of 60. So I'm just trying to do a comparison. You know, later on in the day, is the 30 count going to be sufficient later on in the day? I mean, if you have this window here, all you have to do is duplicate it and then reduce the count to 30. 30 new highs. You know that, Grumpy. I'm going to be grumpy right back at you. Oh, really? Okay. Well, 30 new highs versus 60 new highs. So look at BSIG now. This is, of course, the repeating, and now it's at 99 new highs. It's just another way of tracking momentum. Exactly. So now, you see, my interest right now is to see at 970 if it still can pop off 970. Wow, the BSIG. So as an example, the BSIG. Wow, the BSIG at 1113 here with a 30 count, and then when it finally hits, this was running so quickly at 1158, still not bad. This is maybe more of a confirmation type. This is early, and maybe more of a confirmation sometimes. Well, people are buying into this rumor. And what we're doing here is we're also, just because we get an alert, okay, it's fine to get the alert, but we want the volume also. So you can see most of these, I mean, there's the volume. See the volume that came in? See the volume that came in? Okay. And I don't have a volume filter in here. I don't have like a 1 minute volume minimum or anything like that. And of course, the BSIG, look at the volume. I'm telling you guys, this window here later on in the day is doesn't really, it almost doesn't matter what the market's doing. Market's down 500. It's flattened out, but it doesn't seem to matter. These are stocks that have typically been pretty active at some point during the day and then just kind of snoozed. I mean, look at WKHS, big pop after hours. Nice, it held during the pre-market. Really did nothing. Kind of snoozed for the balance of the day until, for whatever reason, people wanted this stock right here for whatever reason. I don't think there's probably, my guess is there's not specific news that happened right at this time. It's just all of a sudden it became in favor. And that's all we're trying to capture. And this is early. This is kind of early, okay? I mean, I am thinking, this. If you've been in the room for the last 2 to 3 weeks, you've seen we've had some incredible moves from, say, quarter to three, and then I shut the room down at three or a little after, and some great moves between 3 and 3:30. I'm allowed to, and that's when I mean, I'm telling you right now, I mean, a bit selfish, but then I can trade completely on my own. Yeah, that analyst coverage, that was early. Cowan, I mean, that's at 8:22 this morning, Michael. I think you're talking about this. Yeah, I mean, but that yeah, it happens to me too. I see the news and I think, oh man, it just happened. Then you have to check the time of the news. Yeah, well, that ain't gonna happen. This is, I think this is probably piggybacking on the shill. A lot of people following this one, of course, with the. Just waiting for the next one. Yeah, these sort of suffer on days where the market is down, you know, because they're not absolutely huge volume. I mean, there's a minimum volume, but they're not necessarily extraordinary relative volume. These are all right. UMA. Now I look at UMA, and what I see is maybe some resistance around 1630. Now that's, you know, I mean, if it got close to that, if you got in right now and it got close to that, it would be terrible. I just think there's some resistance though, and it's got to get through that whole number, and then it's got some resistance around 1630. So it doesn't have the same look as the other ones. And it's a real spotty looking 5 minute chart, little gaps here and there. It can be a real, in my opinion, kind of a difficult trader. Burp, BRP, this was a great one yesterday. BRP, this was a great one yesterday. Look at the move it had, and it went right through the 200-day moving average and kept moving higher. But was there volume? Not really. Not yet, anyway. And this has 1 minute to close. It's not like this was a big volume burst. Meanwhile, there's WKHS. I'm very interested to see what it does from 970. The market is starting to actually turn a little bit higher here. Maybe we'll get a late day rally like we did yesterday. Well, the longer it bases here, okay. I'm not saying buy it right now at 470, but 970. I'm just saying the longer it bases here, though, you know, if it forms a little bit of a consolidation, and then we get more volume coming in to pop it through, you know, it could, you know, right now. The only other issue though, it's close to $10. What did it do yesterday? Yeah, it got to 10.25 and 10. I mean, 10 is a psychological number to get through. Most of the alerts that we're getting from this type of window seem to come from a little bit of consolidation, then a move on volume. So yeah, I mean, in theory, I'm chasing it, but I'm not chasing. Let's see. I'm not chasing. How can I say? Like, I'm not chasing here. Okay, I'm not going to chase this. You know, I take it at the high here. Things like that. You see, this, I don't consider this a chase, okay? If you catch it early enough, I'm not saying, but if we get the alert and it's coming out of a bit of consolidation like this and it's popping and you can get it, I'm not saying you get it right at 970, then that there's your chase. That's a 15-minute candle. But if we get the alert early enough and maybe it's moved 20 cents, but it's coming out of consolidation on volume, chances are it's going to continue for a while anyway. But you can't. But you have to watch it. You cannot just go away for a while and think it's just going to continue. I mean, they can drop as quickly. But why I love these is that the pop can be very quick and in a short period of time, and a great percentage move. I just think what's happening in these, I mean, some of them look like kind of chase sequences, but it's because there's so much interest in it. I mean, look at the volume in this, 22 million shares. I mean, it's 3.5 times. I mean, this has been actually it's not as much as the day before, the day before that, but it's still extraordinary volume. We got 2.8 million, 9 times normal. I mean, that's what that's what it's zeroing in on. 2 million shares, 5.8 times normal. The VKRX, the VXRT yesterday was what, 120 million shares or something like that? 165 million shares today. I mean, it's extraordinary volume. Not that this one is popping, but yesterday. One moment, please. One moment, please. My music stopped. Well, you look at this monthly chart. I mean, look at BRP, guys. Look how much room it has on that monthly chart. I mean, it takes that 1780 and it's got all sorts of room on that monthly chart. More pearls from Real. We don't trade the same way, but absolutely stellar advice. Absolutely. Volume is everything. Well, not everything, but I mean, it's a volume. Then from some kind of a pattern, absolutely. I mean, if there's volume, that means there's interest. If there's no volume, then there's no interest. Now, I'm talking intraday stuff, obviously. I'm not talking about longer term. But, why would I get into anything if there's no volume? I mean, if I want to buy something, who am I going to sell it to if there's no volume? See, the only thing keeping me out of this BRP is that there's not been a big volume burst. I love it. I mean, there's all sorts of room looking left, but this is, I'd like to see a big volume burst before I take it. I've always cared about volume, Kang. I know what you're thinking at the beginning of the day, but volume bursts though. I've always cared about volume. Don't. What about the house on the cul-de-sac? Nobody's clamoring for that right now. Yeah, the spread's it's a dime right now for BRP. Tell you, these two little windows here have turned my trading around a bit because I used to get so bored later on in the day. But man, and so simple. I mean, there's nothing to these windows really. See, I'm holding off on this, guys, because I just don't see that volume burst. I mean, it could keep inching up and up and up, and it may run away from me, but I'm just trying to stick to my guns here. I want to see a volume burst so that, you get a lot of people interested. Yeah, if you're not in the WKHS now, I mean, you're just chasing it. That's what I mean. I would never chase it. And there it is. There's your 10. Well, as I say, this could run away from me, but I'm not convinced of the lack of volume. Overall, it's good. Don't get me wrong. Overall, the volume is okay, 500,000, but more importantly, 4 times normal. but I want to see, I want to see some volume coming in. So this one won't get an alert until the count, in other words, making a new high, is at least 60. In this one, the count only has to be 30. Okay, a new high of 30. So maybe catching them a little earlier, later in the day. Does that make sense? But that's why you're going to see some of them, eventually, like WKHS at 38. Now, of course, it hit 68, but it's at 117 now. No. It's the BRP. No, I love the volume on WKHS. It was the BRP. I mean, it might run. It might keep running. But you see right there, I want to see a volume burst. I mean, it's starting to come. It is starting to come right there. I mean, it's another minute to go. So I just didn't see it though when we had the alert at 1769. There was not a big volume burst. Well, one of the filters is count. I mean, there are other filters in place, but one of the filters is the count filter. Yes. I mean, there's a minimum volume, there's a relative volume, there's a price range, things like that. Meanwhile, guys, VXRT is just really taking it on the chin now. Nick, do you have trade ideas? Because I mean, these windows I'm sharing. So they're up here. Not this one, but I'll show you how to make it. All you have to do is duplicate the window. This is the one, these two I'm sharing. All right. And you can either do one of two things. Click on the Room Drive icon and scans that I share, download. Or you can find them here if you click on the Scans tab. And just scroll a little bit. Basic new highs and lows, basic new highs and lows, no repeat. There they are. And then I'll force you to do a little bit of work. When you have this window, just duplicate it. Good to know how to do these things, all right? So you duplicate the window. And then the only difference is then you right click, configure. And in the summary, you just change that stocks where the number of alerts today is at least 60. You just change it to 30. That's all this one is. Okay? And then save it. Give it another name maybe. So you know the difference. Yeah, nothing 20% right now in stock. If you're going to, I mean, obviously we're going to have something, what's the date today? The 26th? So July 4th, we'll have something around July the 4th, but nothing at 20%. Are you just going to take a standard subscription monthly? Which is fine. I mean, because I can give you a 50. Okay, I mean, the difference is not much. I mean, it's, I can give you one for 15% right now versus 20%. You can do the math. It'd be about a $6 difference. It won't work. There are no 20% coupons right now. That was from Father's Day. Yeah, it's expired. I don't know that one. You can try it. I'm not familiar with that one. I better. Yeah, I know it's a little confusing, Dana. I understand. Uh, this is the better place to be if you want more interaction with traders, and I'm able to share links a lot easier. I think YouTube is fine if you just want something to listen to and maybe watch the screen. But if you don't, there's not that much interaction. Nah, I hate to see this one moving down, but it's still up 16%. EKSO. Just waiting for another one, guys. Okay, little red bar now, guys. Little red bar in this on the SPY. I mean, can you guys not see the difference between BRP and these other ones? Not UMA. I mentioned UMA before. I didn't like it. I mean, sure, it's moved, but it certainly was not a rocket ship. And I just think it's because it just didn't have that volume thrust. All right, IMUX, close to that whole number. Just triggered on a potential short, but it's pretty close to that whole number. IMUX. Well, a lot of excitement early for it when it was added to the. That's on the 29th, so that'll be on Monday. That it'll be added to the Russell 2000, 3000. So it's right at the VWAP now, isn't it? At least what we have for the VWAP 245. I don't know. It's just kind of unexciting. You know, it had the huge, nice move after hours, big pop this morning, but it's just kind of been just kind of unexciting. I mean, it does have the news, so it will be Russell 2000 slash 3000 on Monday. I mean, that's what caused the pop. Well, the gaps really, it wasn't going to maintain. It'll still be positive, I guess. Well, it didn't quite do it, but I mean, You know, because it did pop above the 200-day moving average, but eventually that just 1395 sunk off it. Excellent. Okay. Welcome aboard. Is it really? I haven't seen you one since well, the beginning of last week, I guess. Oh, you mean on the way down? Yeah. Just waiting to see get another alert in here. Well, again, okay, not bad volume right there. That's not a bad little volume bar for the 5 minute compared to, you know, there's a big one there, big one there. So this might be just a sneaky one, you know. It might just keep inching up. And it's breaking up the 1755 and 1780. So it's, I mean, look at the room it's got left on the monthly chart. But now all of a sudden spread became an issue. 1798. Wow, it is moving. Now it's starting to move, but the spread is an issue. And that's for the BRB. BRP. Okay. I don't know, Tom. You're talking about the webinar last night? I don't know. Maybe just send an email, info@trade-ideas.com. I don't know when they actually post them. Usually it's no later than the next day, but maybe just ask them. Check your spam box just in case, too. Guys, I am now really starting to watch this BRP. I mean, the volume now is starting to come in a little bit. All right. Well, it took a bit, but I am now in this. Spread is a little crazy. I was going in between a few times. So I am in this. I average about 18.15. So we'll see. Volume is now starting to pick up. 18.15 for BRB. I'll try to put no less than a whole number stop on it. Boy, the XRT is just crumbling now. See, the volume finally started to pick up here. Now, I'm not no guarantee it's going to keep pushing it up, but the volume at least started to pick up, and on that 15-minute candle right there. So obviously in there, I mean, you can see right now. So there was the alert at 1769. Again, I didn't love it there because I didn't see all the volume. Now we've got the volume, but it's at 1833. We'll see. We'll see if it really moves off that 1833. Boy, the XRT just getting slammed here. Well, guys, the magic window has struck again. So I'm going to let Real run the room from, he can open it whatever time he wants before 9 o'clock. One moment, please. Okay, sorry about that, guys. More calls. Meanwhile, yeah, look at that GPS just sinking. Yeah, we've got one positive sector, and that's gold, which is kind of typical. Silver is even just flat. It's just flat. So obviously, guys, you've got to watch. Luckily, I was on that call, but I was watching carefully. So I'm not in the BRP anymore. But, and with the market just sinking here, gosh, I've got so much Bluetooth interference going on. Driving me crazy. Close of yesterday. NA, close of yesterday. That was a nasty candle though. BRP. But I'll be looking at this again if it takes out 18 again later on. I'm going to stick an alert around 1820. See if it takes it out later on. Because the volume was significant, pretty significant. That's what gave it this little push. So we just got a halt here. PFNX just got halted because of news. PFNX just got halted for news. News pending. Not looking good, in a stock that's starting to move down. All right, so BRP is right back up. Not right back up, but it's over 18 again. Oh man, RAD is underneath 15 now. Okay, well, it's back up. It does? Well, okay. I mean, normally when a stock gets halted on the way down, normally announces positive European CHMP, okay. Yeah, well, I mean, it's positive news, right? I agree. Thing is, that news looked like it came out at 14:05, and then it got halted at on the way down. So the news hit at 14:05, and I don't see it. I think it got halted at when I say 4, okay, 2:05. It got halted at 2:17 for news. So that's interesting. I'm looking. I have to look at IB News. I'm just looking here. Yeah, there's lots of 12:04 news pending. This is 2:05. There's the news, and now it's halted again. Interesting. No, news halts are they could be anywhere from 5 minutes to 5 years. It's not going to be 5 years, but no, it doesn't. It will not say exactly. I mean, it's possible that if you went to a Nasdaq site or something, it might say it's going to open at a certain time. It's possible. Well, there's tons of it's certainly traded. PFNX. I mean, it's here. Are you sure you typed in the right symbol? Okay, well, this is today's candle. I'm looking at 626. This is yesterday, 625. Okay, I see what you're saying. It's been halted since noon. It looks like it's been halted since noon. That's the last candle I've got since at noon. Oh, I see what you mean. Hmm. Well, it's all relative, Russ. I mean, if a stock is traded 100 million shares, 20K probably wouldn't be, that big a deal. It all depends on how much it's traded before, and relative to what it's been trading before. Yeah, I mean, if it's been trading, 20,000 shares every 2 minutes for the last hour, then it's all about the relative 20. But if it's been trading only like 1 million or 1,000 shares over the last 20 minutes, or an hour, then yeah, 20K burst might be, but it's more relative to what it was doing before. Well, I actually have two halts here. Okay, there is sort of the 1204 halt, and then there is one here too. So maybe it's just, I don't know. I have no explanation why it's done it twice. Yeah, you might be right. The Friday afternoon, it might start a little earlier in these, and then not get that much action later on. Well, the BRP is starting, but that's a kind of crazy what it did. Got all the way down to 1783. There's a big bottoming tail, topping tail, little bit of indecision. I wish I could. Yeah, just remember, I'm up at 4 a.m. though. Let's not forget that. Ooh, but the yawns are starting to get. All right, guys. So none of these have really continued yet, anyway. All right, guys, listen, I'm going to put myself on mute until, well, let's see, that BRP is starting to get a little interesting again. Until I get something in here, I'm just going to put myself on mute. I'm here if you have any questions, but I'm just going to put myself on mute. No point just talking for the sake of talking. Yeah, so I mean, I didn't do anything. I just opened this window. I don't do a thing. But you know, I haven't changed this. I haven't done anything in 3.5 years in this window. There it is, 299.97. Yeah, mental zone. That's all it is. It's a mental zone. It's just a number, but we were so close. You know, there's that. I mean, obviously, here's where it all started. The huge drop, incredible recovery. Looked like we might even, get right back up to from where it all began. But this is, I didn't realize last week we were actually under it too. Yeah, this might be too. Wow, there's a lot of volume that came into AIM. Look at AIM. Look at the volume that just came into AIM. 320, look at the volume, 327. I mean, it's a big trader today. Only 2 million in the float, 2.3 million in the float. It's a choppy looking daily though, but all of a sudden, I mean, this is what's so amazing. All of a sudden out of nowhere, sleeping, and then all of a sudden, look at the volume that came in. Just put 90% in the position in the day's range, minimum. So if you add the position in days range filter, not here in that window, but I mean, so the position in the range, and if you use 90, okay, so now the stock is at least 90% above the low of this range, so within 10% of the high. Another fancy way to do it, but so you could add that, yeah. I'm not going to, but you could. All right, guys. Well, we're getting close to the end. Are there any questions before we wind this down? Actually, interested to see if we get any late one in here. Okay, so much for BRP. Did not hold. I was actually thinking maybe if it kept holding around that 1830 mark, it might get some volume and maybe another pop up, but I think that's it. I think that's it for me, guys. Even I don't think I'll trade. You too, Coog. You have a great week too, or weekend. Well, I am a man. I don't know if I'm dumb man, but yes. Yeah, big kudos to Real, guys. I mean, he does all this out of the. I hate to compliment him like this, but out of the goodness of his heart. I don't hate to compliment. I don't mean it like that. But really, I mean, he doesn't have to do this. Let's see, how's the floor going? Well, the furniture should be back in on Tuesday. So we're getting near the end. Oh, no problem. My wife is working from home, so she's with him all day. There's no issue there at all. It's the cat, maybe, because the doors are open, so we have to kind of lock her away. She doesn't like that. Well, everything looks good. Yeah, it's all right, guys. I think maybe I'll just wind it down 7 minutes early, unless there's some questions. You're right. Okay, guys, I don't see any other questions. I'm whipped. All right, guys, I think I'll shut it down now. Okay, so thanks a lot for all the help all week. And we'll do this all again starting Monday morning at 9 o'clock. So have a great weekend, everybody, and we'll see you then.